Ladies and gentlemen, it is a great pleasure to have you join us for this remarkable evening of the best when it comes to the African Knockout Championship. It is the Pistis Event Center here in Lekki, Lagos, Nigeria, and we are back with a bang. Opening night for the season 2025, and I can assure you we are really excited for this one. The name is Victor Godfrey, and I am in the company of a very good friend. Happy New Year to you, by the way. Hugo, how you
Same to
doing?
you, Victor. Same to you, and good to see you again. Well, good evening, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Hugo Ndomaegba, and sorry for making you wait this long, but trust me, the wait was worth it because today or tonight we have an action-packed card. I know I say this all the time, but
Yeah.
trust me, we have an action-packed card full of your favorites and a lot of new prospects. And of course, the main event, which is the penultimate main event, because whoever wins this fight gets the chance to fight for the championship in the lightweight division.
Well, that's really interesting. It's good that you mentioned that. First of all, again, once more, a happy New Year to all our loved viewers as well. But also to mention, it is the second semi-finals. It is African Knockout Championship 8 opening night for the season 2025. Now, talking about 2025, let's take a big thank you to our gold sponsors, Fearless Energy Drink, Embrace the Thrill, as well as Ace Global Depository, not forgetting the Bank of Industry. Last but not the least, the ticketing partner for the season 2025. What a deal. Thank you guys so much for being a part of this remarkable journey into the world of the best when it comes to mixed martial arts in Africa. Now, I have to ask you though, for our viewers, what should they expect tonight?
Oh boy, everybody's here tonight. We have the knockout artists, we have the submission specialists, we have the guys with the endless gas tanks, we have the powerhouses. So it's definitely going to be an explosive fight card. And the two main events, oh boy, I can't wait to see what's going to happen with that. And ladies and gentlemen, this show will be streaming live on YouTube. Please do follow, comment, subscribe, share, please, because we need to share. This is how we share the sports in Africa, and we have to do this together. So yes, please follow us on YouTube.
Now, this, of course, is the premier, fight promotion, mixed martial arts fight promotion in Africa, known as the African Knockout Championship. The year is 2025, and we are super excited to get started. Now, talking about the great fights we have for you tonight, let's take a look at the very first block and just open the door to this wonderful world of excitement and adventure as we get ready for AKO 8. Remarkable stuff. We are really excited for this. It is the African Knockout Championship. You can clearly see block one on the fight card. 3 fights to look forward to open this remarkable event. We always say this, that almost every fight on our card is a main event caliber fight. We have in the bantamweight Louis Mataya taking on Oluwadamilare Ayilaran in the bantamweight division. Zimbabwe being represented on the post, Nigeria being represented.
Oh, the Chimani Mani kid. His nickname, Louis Mataya, that is the porcupine. And if you know anything about porcupines, they are hard to touch and they hurt when you touch them. Oludamilare Ayilaran, it's also his debut tonight, so it should be an interesting one. They also have Kingsley Ajunwa.
Yep.
And I don't know if you recognize that last name, but that is actually Chioma Ajunwa's son.
Oh, we do have a continuation of a legendary Nigerian sports figure as well in the house, taking on Emmanuel Nworie.
The walking machine.
There we go. There are two Nigerians going head to head in the lightweight division. And to showcase how truly Pan-African the African Knockout Championship is, we also have the man from Cameroon, Jordan Fongno, who will be taking on Sodik Amao in the middleweight division. Your thought on this? Because the middleweight division is more or less our glamour division here in the African Knockout Championship.
It is. Jordan is a Sambo champion, and Sodik Amao, he was here. We saw him last time out against Yahuza Mohammed. Very good showing, but unfortunately he couldn't pull off the win. So I'm sure he would like to redeem himself tonight, So we should look out for that fight.
Well, this is going to be really incredible. Now, without any further ado, we do have ring announcer standing by. He is undoubtedly one of Africa's best. Talking about the man they call Robertsena as a nickname, but of course we do have Emmanuel standing by to open up African Knockout Championship 8. Over to you, Emmanuel.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the African Knockout Championship opening event of the season 2025. This is Lagos and the first fight night of the season and the second semi-finals. Proudly brought to you by Season 2025 Gold Sponsor, Fearless, Embrace the Thrill. Our sponsors, Ace Global Depository, Bank of Industry, our partners, Sports Assist, our medical partners, and what a deal. It's better with us. Our exclusive ticketing partners. Our free judge scoring this contest are Femi Oshuntolu, Solomon Basi, Ugo Ugona. The chief judge for tonight, Austin Joda. Our referee at the center of the ring is Chinasa Victor. We have 9 explosive fights for you fight fans tonight. And our 3 beautiful ringside girls are ready. And now, this is the moment the African MMA fans and our Lagos fans have been waiting for. We are live from the Pistis Conference Center, Lagos, Nigeria. Lagos, let the knockout begin! And now, please, welcome, making his entrance, Lewis Mataya.
Now, ladies and gentlemen, this is the first fight we have on our cards tonight. It is from Zimbabwe. His name is Luis Mataya Porcupine. His debut, Hugo. Would he be very nervous coming into this, or would he be full of confidence as he's making his debut here in the African Knockout Championship?
Well, I found out one of the fighters on this fight card actually trains with Azamat Dugulubov. If you know who that is Aussie MMA, and he's the coach and trainer of Israel Adesanya these days, and Michael Venom Page. Very, very, very high-level grappling coach. And apparently, that fighter is this guy. So he comes here with very big credentials. I know it's his debut.
Yep.
So he'd like to show that he deserves to be here, definitely, and at his high level.
The officials obviously put him through his paces. You mentioned a wonderful pedigree and background in terms of his training team. Obviously, he looks in tremendous shape. He looks ready. But there's one thing about being frozen when the occasion gets the better of you. How important would it be for him to be more relaxed for this one?
You know, as a fighter, of course, it's very, very important to prepare physically, but it's also equally as important to prepare mentally. You know, you have to stay calm. You have to come here with a lot of confidence. You have to come here believing you can win. No doubt, you can't afford to doubt yourself. You can't afford to play to the crowd because it can work against you.
Remarkable stuff. Now, obviously, he's making his debut here in the African Knockout Championship. He is from Zimbabwe. His fighting style is mostly taekwondo. He's feeling the cage. He's feeling the atmosphere. And we can't wait for this one to start.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome, making his entrance, Oluwadamilare Ayilaran.
The hometown boy representing Nigeria. He's not from Lagos. He's from Ondo. He's from a place in Ondo called Akure. And obviously, from the cheers of the crowd, you can clearly see he's more or less the crowd favorite. Is there a lot of pressure on him as a Nigerian fighting here, in Nigeria, and of course making his debut? He looks relaxed. He's all smiles. I love this from Oluwadamilare Ayilaran, who is also known as Stone cold.
To be honest, I mean, I like his approach. We saw him yesterday at the weigh-in looking very calm, composed. He still seems to have that whole disposition about him now. And, I mean, that's the way to approach a fight. We know it's his debut, but, of course, he would have been doing a lot of hard work behind the curtains. And let's see what he has to deliver today. It's debut. Very important to stay calm, relaxed. Don't let the nerves get the best of you.
Now, I love the fact that he's so relaxed. I love the fact that he was dancing and smiling and really taking in all the home support he's receiving now from the home audience and the home crowd here in Lagos. But like you've mentioned now, once all this is done, go through his paces, it is all about business. And you have two fighters making their debut. What do you feel is more important to establish the foundations perhaps for victory in the opening bout we have for our viewers tonight?
I mean, when I used to fight, it's the same thing. It is what it is. You know, once you're here already, this guy's putting Vaseline on your face. There's no going back now. You know, we're going in there. You signed up for this. He signed up for this. He worked hard. You worked hard. Let's see who did their homework better, you know, and who left no stone unturned.
Incredible. I love the fact that you use that phrase, stone unturned. It's like you're well aware of his nickname, Stone Cold.
The Stone Cold. And we had a little argument about whether it was Stone Cold or Stone Cold.
Apparently it was somebody that said Stone Cold in a Yoruba accent.
It's Stone Cold, though.
Forgive my Yoruba, I would say I want Stone Cold. Obviously, he is looking forward to his debut. It is Timothy. He looks really relaxed. He looks in tremendous shape, as all fighters here are in the African Knockout Championship, taking in the support of the home crowd, and we're ready for action.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is 3 rounds of 5 minutes each in the AKO Championship Bantamweight division. Introducing first, fighting out of the blue corner is a wrestler and a taekwondo fighter with a professional MMA record of 0 win and 1 loss. Fighting out of Chimani, Zimbabwe, Lewis Bakupai Mataya. Introducing his opponent, fighting out of the red corner, is a kickboxer and a Muay Thai fighter making his professional MMA debut. Fighting out of Akure, Ondo State, Nigeria, Oluwadamilare Stone Cold Ayilaran. Our referee at the center of the ring is Chinasa Victor.
Obey my commands at all time, okay? Go back to your corners.
We do have the tail of the tape. 2 fighters who are...
You ready? You ready? Fight!
Here we go. It is the first fight of the evening. We'll go. It is important for both fighters to establish dominance, and a lovely low kick right there from the one they call Stone Cold. Now, fighting from the red corner is Ayilaran Timothy. And, of course, Mataya fighting in the blue corner all the way from Zimbabwe. And he's establishing those kicks to the lower half of Mataya.
Very karate style. First thing I noticed is he started off in a southpaw stance. And those inside leg kicks are already causing all kinds of problems for Mataya. And there he goes. He's close to distance. Like we did mention, he trains with Aussie MMA. And he's a Taekwondo boy, but Aussie MMA is definitely known for his grappling pedigree and proficiency. And I just suspect that's where Mataya felt like he was lacking in his game. And yeah, not surprised to see him shoot for a takedown.
And like they say, styles make fights. As you have a fighter who is trying to work on his grappling game in Mataya.
Instantly going for that Americana, and he's going to get it. End of story.
Oh my goodness, it's over.
Oh my God.
It's all over.
There we go.
It is all over.
That's how you keep it clean and efficient, Victor.
Mataya
That's how you keep it clean and efficient.
Victory over Oluwadamilare Timothy. That was fast.
Oh boy.
It's
Textbook.
all over.
Ben even broke a sweat. Textbook.
Wow. Wow. Togo, what a way to start off AK08.
I guess he was still in a bit of shock. Now he's got his little dance going on there. It was a good win. Good win. I mean, that's how you win a fight. Keep it nice, clean. Everybody goes home. Nobody's hurt. Just won the fight perfectly. I saw him set it up from the takedown. Dami tried to get back up, but he had to take him back down again. And once he established side control, I just saw him working that Americana, clean finish.
What? Oh, wow. He goes for the Spinneroonie. And what a way to start off the African Knockout Championship. A first fight, first victory. Does it soon?
He spent more energy celebrating than he actually did in the fight.
I have to be honest. I agree with you. What a way to start off the African Knockout Championship. My goodness. Won via first round submission. The Americana applied. Obviously, he established this. And you think to yourself, perhaps he could have won.
I mean, I guess he got uncomfortable with those leg kicks. And if you ever felt a leg kick, oh boy, they hurt, you know. But it was also a good opportunity for him to close in the distance, take down. Dami got up. He got a Haraya Goshi again. Perfect hip toss. Ended up in side control and wasted absolutely no time going for that Americana. Oh boy, he's still celebrating. He's used more energy celebrating than he did in the fight. And I mean, short fight, very short fight, and you can tell from the stats. I mean, 3 strikes total from the winner, Luis Mataya, and from Ayilaran, we have 7 strikes. Those inside leg kicks, I think, were enough to get Luis Mataya's attention, and he just closed down that distance. And 2 takedowns, like you can see, and perfect showing from Luis Mataya. And to Emmanuel for the decision.
Ladies and gentlemen, after 1 minute, 6 seconds of the first round, we have our winner by Kimura submission, Lewis Bakupai Mataya!
Lewis, congratulations on your victory. On commentary, my co-commentator mentioned that you spent more energy celebrating than you actually did during the fight. What was your game plan when you had him in that grappling position, when you took your first takedown?
To finish him. Always, I am looking for the finish. And that's what I wanted, to make a statement to all the bantamweights in the world. There's a new hunter in town. Wherever you are in the bantamweight division, whichever country, whichever continent, I'm coming and I'm going to hunt you.
Wow. This man is full of confidence, isn't he? Now, I'm so happy that you've gotten your first victory here in the African Knockout Championship. But apart from the fact that you've put out that statement, do you have any message for perhaps your loved ones, your partners, perhaps back home in Zimbabwe, as to, you know, how you feel right now getting your first victory in the African Knockout Championship?
Well, family, friends, fellow beautiful countrymen, and continent man, I've always said it on my social media platform, I am going to be a world champion. Here it is, folks. Here it is. Here it is, the first of many.
Ladies and gentlemen, please put it together again one more time for the winner of our first fight, Luis Mataya. Congrats once again. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you.
times, then yes, throughout their lifetime. You can't move that fast, but what if you said no to all those no's? What if you decided you can go that fast and that everyone else should wait because it's your turn now? What if you decided to be fearless? Because the only thing scarier than no is a yes. Fearless. Embrace the thrill.
Welcome to our world where every moment becomes an experience. Discover the hottest trends, must-watch movies, tours, and exclusive access to the best spots in town. Whether you're into concerts, festivals, or nightlife, What a Deal Event has you covered. For event organizers, we make hosting seamless. List your events, manage secure payments, enable QR check-ins, and streamline event management, all in one powerful platform. Join the experience, list, discover, and enjoy with What a Deal Events. What a deal. It's better with us.
Wow. Straight to Emmanuel, the ring announcer.
Ladies and gentlemen, and now, please welcome, making his entrance, Kingsley Ajunwa.
Ladies and gentlemen, as Hugo mentioned, Kingsley Ajunwa is the son of the great Nigerian athlete, Chioma Ajunwa. As a matter of fact, the only Nigerian to have a gold medal in a single event at the Olympics. Greatness is in his DNA. Can he follow in the footsteps of greatness? Because he already has that in his heritage. Is that a possibility for Kingsley Ajunwa?
I mean, just like his mother, he's also a product of the Nigerian police force. This kid is a national kickboxing champion already. He's a national Kung Fu Wushu Sanda champion already at lightweight division. And he definitely has a lot of promise, a lot of potential. He's definitely highly talented, highly gifted. And he comes with a very good pedigree. But I mean, this is the African Knockout Championship. This is the next level. And this is his debut as well. And if you don't swim with the sharks, you definitely get eaten up or you sink.
Yeah, indeed, if you're not ready to swim with the sharks, don't jump in the pool or in the ocean. But this young man looks like he's ready to go. He is primed. He looks in tremendous shape. But we said this, we've seen how his fellow Nigerian, folded under pressure in the very first bout we had. You feel it's going to happen to him as well tonight?
Oh boy, who knows? Who knows? This kid, he also trains with Jibrin Inua by the Black Venom. And if you know anything about his coach, Jibrin, leaves no stone unturned. So I'm sure this boy would have been well drilled by a very experienced fighter in the African Knockout Championship. So I'm sure he would have done his homework.
A lot on the line, and hopefully he can make his family proud as he makes his way into the African Knockout Championship cage.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome, making his entrance, Emmanuel Nworie.
It is Emmanuel Nworie, as well as he's called the walking machine. He's from Lagos, Amoeko, and he is looking to improve his record of 3 wins and 2 losses. He's coming up against more or less a novice. We're doing fighting against a debutant. He's been here before, he's done it before. Do you feel he should be cautious, or can he use the experience he has gathered from being in the African Knockout Championship to make a difference tonight?
To be honest, Nworie has been here for a little while, you know. He's much a staple himself, you know, and very experienced, but a bit inconsistent with his record, you know, like we could tell from the stats there. But he's like very experienced and he's such a good wrestler. And we can ensure, we're definitely sure this fight is going to end up in the ground, you know. So I just hope Kingsley Ajunwa, coming with all that pedigree and his last name, I just hope he can deal with what's going to be put in front of him in the fashion of the walking machine, Nworie.
Hugo, I have to ask you that, I mean, we had an unexpected early finish in our first fight, to be honest. We didn't see that coming. 1 minute and 6 seconds was all it took for Mataya to defeat, you know, Oluwadamilare. But do you feel that this could be an early finish, or could this go the distance?
To be honest, I don't know, and I wouldn't want to call too early. But the last fight was textbook jiu-jitsu. That was very good jiu-jitsu, not just wrestling. So Nworie is known to be very much a wrestler. And I don't know if he has this submission in his game.
Well, we're looking forward to what promises to be an exciting one right now.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is 3 rounds of 5 minutes each action in the AKO Championship Lightweight Division. Introducing for us, fighting out of the blue corner is a kickboxer and a Muay Thai fighter with a professional MMA record of 0 wins and 1 loss. Fighting out of Imo State, Nigeria, Kingsley Ajunwa. Introducing his opponent, fighting out of the red corner, is a wrestler with a professional MMA record of 3 wins and 2 losses. Fighting out of Lagos State, Nigeria, Emmanuel Weapon Machine Nworie. Our referee at the center of the ring is Austin Joda.
Protect yourselves at all times. Obey my commands. Keep it clean. Touch gloves if you want to. Back to your corners.
This is going to be exciting, Hugo, because you have Kingsley Ajunwa, who is more or less an unknown factor here. Yet to see what he can offer. 27 years of age, both of them. Height advantage slightly for Kingsley, and of course the reach advantage as well for Kingsley.
Are you ready?
But
ready?
In the fight, it's about how much in fact you have rather than your physical advantages.
And yeah, Kingsley has 1 loss on his MMA record, and you wouldn't believe who that loss is to. It's to Cornell Thompson. Well, so I know he's not the most experienced fighter, but I mean, that's a baptism by fire. You know, he's fought a really experienced and good fighter. So I'm sure he knows where he's lacking in his game. And it'll be interesting to see what kind of work he's done on himself.
Now, of course, Ajunwa, representing Nigeria, is fighting from the blue corner with the white trunks, while you know, Nworie, who just, you know, had his first takedown of this round, is fighting from the red corner in the black trunks. And already we've seen this so many times in mixed martial arts, when a fighter seems to be having the advantage, you know, in striking, the other opponent says, okay, let's take it to the ground and let's take it to the dirty.
I'm not surprised. Like we did say earlier, Emmanuel Nworie, the walking machine,
don't pull the shot,
very much known for his wrestling.
His wrestling, yes.
Yeah, so I'm not surprised after he saw 1 or 2 kicks to his head, he just thought, you know what, I'm going to shoot for a takedown. But he finds himself in some sort of guillotine situation here, and it seems pretty sunk in both men going for a guillotine.
I have to be honest with you, both of them have it synced in. However, what is remarkable about this is that for Kingsley Ajunwa, who we spoke about, the fact that he's a kickboxing champion, a national kickboxing champion, he seems to be holding his own very well in the grapple game.
Well, so far so good. He needs to keep Emmanuel's right leg where he has it in some sort of half guard or full guard, and he might find some success with this guillotine. But if Emmanuel is able to pass into side, he's going to find himself in a lot of trouble.
And of course, like you mentioned, I guess you have to try and prevent that from happening. And both of them are back in the vertical base. The crowd are appreciating what they are seeing so far. And all action starts to the first round. A beautiful takedown there by Nworie.
Beautiful double leg.
A lovely takedown there by
Nworie. Control as well. You know, it was such a beautiful setup and straight into a dominant position. He's looking for the mount here, but he keeps on leaving his head in a compromised position, you know, and Ajunwa keeps on fishing for this guillotine, and if he can put his right leg in the right position, he might just get it.
Well, from what we can clearly see, it seems as if Nworie has the advantage, and the elbows are coming in now. How can Ajunwa prevent more damage coming his way in this position, because he's at a disadvantage at this point?
Well, he's shrimping to the wrong side, that's for one. He should be on his right shoulder, and he should maintain that half guard, and then he can go for the underhooks. But it seems to have worked out for him, but he's compromised and giving him all his back.
Exactly, I was going to say that he put his back to another takedown. A lovely takedown. That is a beautiful takedown by Nworie, and if we are being honest on the balance of things in this first round, it seems as if Nworie has the better of the exchanges, Hugo.
So far, he's in control of the fight. He has the fight where he wants it.
And from what we can see, it's a bit of a ground and pound now from Nworie, and Kingsley has to cover up, and he has to ensure that he can escape this situation.
He has himself in some sort of reverse triangle position here. If only he knows what he's doing. You know, it's there he is. He's lost it. I think he needs to shrimp onto his right shoulder and start fishing for some underhooks.
Nworie obviously clearly establishing his strength and dominance, and to be honest, some of those strikes are actually seeping in. It doesn't seem like a lot, but they are causing damage here, Hugo. And my goodness, Ajunwa has given his back to Nworie, not the best position, Hugo, and it seems like Ajunwa is in trouble.
Well, he's definitely still in the kitchen, and he's taking some damage.
He's taking a lot of damage.
He is taking a lot of damage, but there's definitely a dog in the kid, and he is fighting hard.
Those strikes are coming in now. They are beginning to land flush and having more frequency. Ajunwa looks to be in trouble, and it's all over. It is all over. Nworie has done it.
Oh, wow.
Showcasing his strength, his dominance, his power, and what a way.
Ajunwa just seemed to be fading with every hammer fist, you know. Every time one strike landed, he was in there initially, you know. I said there was a dog in the kid, he was fighting, he seemed to be in the game. Every time a hammer fist just landed.
Well, it is.
Yeah.
I was going to say what a way for this fight to end for Ajunwa. Not the debut he was looking for here in the African Knockout Championship. He ends in defeat as Emmanuel Nworie has gotten the victory tonight with via TKO, technical knockout. It was pretty evident once we got that first takedown that Nworie was the better fighter.
Well, Emmanuel really needed that win, and we can see in his corner there he has machine gun shakes. So yeah, I'm sure this was the game plan from the start, because he started with the double legs very early in the round, and he got 3 takedowns, you know, ended up in side control, and it was working for him. The only time he was in a little bit of trouble was with the guillotine attempts from Ajunwa, but never really panned out for him.
Fantastic stuff. Hopefully we get more of this in the African Knockout Championship.
You can see the beautiful takedowns here. I think that was the 3rd takedown. And just with every hammer fist, Ajunwa just seemed to fade, and I think the referee had seen enough. Very good performance from Emmanuel Nworie. And shortly, we will be going to the ring announcer, Emmanuel, for the results.
And ladies and gentlemen, after 4 minutes 17 seconds of the first round, we have our winner by TKO, Emmanuel Wakanmansa.
Emmanuel, this way, Emmanuel, right this way. First of all, congratulations on what was a perfect performance, very dominant. I have to ask you, how are you feeling right now? Because you just beat a fighter who was making his debut here in the African Knockout Championship, but you've been here before. How do you feel right now that you've gotten the victory this evening?
I'm so proud because I don't know how we reach here for the first time, for winning a match like this. I'm so encouraged that next time I will do better than this. That's all I have to say. Thank you so much.
Well, I'm happy you've mentioned that next time you do better than this. Obviously, the lightweight division is pretty stacked. Who do you have your sights set on, perhaps, to test you and maybe push you even further in your next fight?
Yeah, I have Jubri. My next fight, I wish I will meet him. I'll be so encouraged to go further for my MMA career. Thanks.
All right. Emmanuel, ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together again for our winner tonight. Emmanuel, the walking machine, Nworie. Thank you so much.
Everyone else should wait because it's your turn now. What if you decided to be fearless? Because the only thing scarier than a no is a yes. Fearless. Embrace the thrill.
Up now, and it is between the Cameroonian in Jordan Kabel Fongno and of course Sodik Olawale Amao. I will head over now to Emmanuel for the announcement of the fighters.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome, making his entrance, Jordan Gabriel Fongno.
He is a Cameroonian, and one thing we know about Cameroonians, naturally speaking, they are very, very strong.
Oh, they love a scrap, don't they? I have a few of them at our gym, and I know what they're like. Jordan Gabriel Fongno, this is his debut.
As well.
But I was speaking to this guy, he's a massive middleweight, but very soft-spoken. Sambo champion, So we know like he's good all round. He'll be good with the striking. He'll be good with the grappling. Be very interesting to see what he has to bring to the African Knockout Championship.
It's great that you mentioned that he is a Sambo champion. As a matter of fact, he is the African Sambo combat champion of 2024, and he is really looking primed and ready for this one. So far, so good. It hasn't been the best for debutants. I mean, we saw 2 debutants lose so far. The third fight, perhaps, the third time lucky for him.
I mean, a debutant lost to a debutant, so we did have 1 debutant win. So who knows how this will go. Sodik Olawale, on the other hand, Amao, he's not a debutant. You know, he was here the last time against Yahuza Mohammed. Very impressive performance, but he lost. And I'm sure he'd really want to redeem himself. So Jordan, I'm sure, would have done his homework. He would have seen the results from the last fight for Sodik Olawale. He would have seen where he was lacking, and I'm sure he'll be trying to capitalize on those parts of his game.
All right, the Cameroonian who has a nickname, John 2, is getting ready for this. His fighting styles involve striking, wrestling, and of course, the aforementioned fact that he is a Sambo champion.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome, making his entrance, Sodik Olawale Amao.
Now, this is another Nigerian in action. We saw a Nigerian lose to a Zimbabwean. Can he get revenge for us in the continent of Africa? It is Olawale Sodik Amao. But funny stuff is he's based in the Ivory Coast. So, you know, he's also a kickboxing champion, and he's called the Le Chocaba.
I mean, his nickname is in French. That should tell you a little bit. And his mouth guard is the Ivorian flag. So,
oh my goodness.
I mean, he's in Niger boy, but he lives in Ivory Coast. But that's not what it's about. You know, I've watched this guy fight, and he's an exciting fighter. You know, he comes with a lot of character, not just skill. You know, he's an entertainer. You definitely get some character out of him. He will stick his tongue out. He will give you the eyes. You know, he likes to play to the crowd as well, you know. So I always like watching him fight, and he's coming off a loss, but it was a very good performance, like I mentioned earlier. So I'm sure he would want to redeem himself today. And what better way to redeem yourself against a debutant? Let him know how it is around here.
The last time we saw a debutant take on an experienced fighter, experience won the day. Can history repeat itself? Short-term history in this case. Can the Nigerian, who has more connections to the Ivory Coast, showcase his ability here tonight in the African Knockout Championship? Opening season for 2025, the second semi-final, to which after this we are talking about championship fights now. But that's what's going ahead of ourselves. This is Sodik Olawale Amao making his way into the cage. Our third fight of the night.
I guess that's what the Shukaba is. The Shukaba has marked his territory.
An interesting entry there from Sodik Olawale Amao.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is 3 rounds of 5 minutes each of action in the AKO Championship Middleweight Division. Introducing first, fighting out of the blue corner is a Sambo fighter with a professional MMA record of 0 wins and 1 loss. Fighting out of Yaoundé, Cameroon, Jordan Janko Fongno. Introducing his opponent, fighting out of the red corner, is a kickboxer and a stand-up fighter with a professional MMA record of 1 win and 2 losses. Fighting out of Ivory Coast, Sodik Le Chocaba Amao. Our referee at the center of the ring is Michael Warcher.
Come here. Okay, gentlemen, you both know the rules. Protect yourself at any time. Listen to my command. When I say stop, you stop. Shake hand if you like. Touch glove if you like. Go back to the corner. Stay there. Stay there, okay? Stay.
The tail of the tape. The height advantage.
Are you ready?
For the Cameroonian. Reach advantage as well. But one can say that experience seems to fall with Sodik Amao. We're ready for action, ladies and gentlemen. Third fight in the African Championship.
Ready. Let's go.
And here we go. Fighting from the blue corner is the Cameroonian Jordan Cabral in white trunks. Fighting from the red corner is the Nigerian based in the Côte d'Ivoire. His name is Sodik Amao in the red corner, and of course with black trunks as well. This is a very fiery start from both fighters, trying to establish dominance so early on, and neither of them ready to let the other have the takedown.
I'm already very impressed with Jordan Cabral Fongno's clinch. You know, instantly he recognized what was going on and got the underhooks going on there. You know, very young fighter, but so far so good. Oh, now he shoots for his own double leg, and he got that. Very deep, managed to get his hands locked right behind the knees. Perfect finish.
That was a fantastic takedown there from Fongno. And we have to be honest, based on the stats so far, it is remarkable early days. But Fongno seems the more composed of the two. He threw that lovely left jab and a straight right hand down the pipe that kind of connected, and that kind of shows confidence going into this fight, even though he's making his debut here in the African Knockout Championship.
I mean, he's a Sambo champion. He's a champion, so I'm sure he would have been through. I mean, he would have competed at a high level. Would have been to tournaments.
Yeah, he's an African champion
of
the Sambo Combat Championship. So obviously, experience is on his side when it comes to Sambo.
Oh, good decision making there. Nice cross when Sodik Amao was getting up. He tried to finish with the knee to the head. Sodik was wise to it.
Those leg kicks, finding their targets, finding their mark there from Fongno.
I mean, the leg kicks, they kind of work like a jab, you know. They help you establish distance. But I tell you what, they look like they're not doing too much, but they hurt, you know. If you take 3 really good leg kicks, it can finish your fight. Compromise your movement.
We have to remind our viewers watching that this is the middleweight division, so clearly there's power in the punches.
Oh yeah.
We just saw Sodik right now before this position have 2 strikes. That hit the target.
Spinning elbow there, but he just missed.
He just missed that spinning elbow. That is Fongno. Like I said, he seems more relaxed because you can clearly see he's a fighter that wants to work on his shot selection.
Seems to have very, very good fight IQ. He definitely knows how to pick the right shots. So far, so good. But Sodik Amao, always dangerous. Never write him off. And you can tell a fighter is really dangerous when he's calm, composed, and has his eyes on the prize. That's exactly what's going on with both fighters at this moment.
That uppercut landed from Fongno, and he's attempting his second takedown of the night. That uppercut landed on Amao, and you can clearly tell he was rocked by that shot.
Oh boy. Well, it was definitely a good reaction from Amao. Once he got touched, he felt the need to reply.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, we haven't seen the end of a round yet in the African Knockout Championship so far this evening. Maybe this might be the first fight we'll see the end of the first round, because we've had 2 first-round finishes in our first 2 fights. This is the 3rd one of the evening between Fongno and Amao. And
don't jinx it, Victor. Don't jinx it. Oh, my. That was a beautiful left hook to overhand, spinning back fist, straight to double leg. Oh, boy. Wow. What a way to chain it together, huh?
I know. The shot selection of Fongno seems to be very healthy. That's a fighter with confidence.
Oh boy, he's just young, you know. These young guns, they just throw everything at you, don't they?
Well, let's see if the experience of Amao can come to the bear. He is going back to those leg kicks. We saw him do it earlier on in the round, but Fongno replies and says, well, what you can also do better.
Oh boy, teeth right to the face. A bit disrespectful, but just missed. Oh, he keeps on going for that spinning back fist, spinning elbows. He loves to spin, don't he?
Yeah, I think that is a hallmark of a certain John Jones. And perhaps is getting inspiration from one of the greatest mixed martial artists of all time. However, right here, right now, the moment is now for both fighters to establish themselves. We are less than 40 seconds to go in this first round in the middleweight division. The fight between Fongno and Sodik Amao. Again, those kicks are coming in. However, that right overhand landed flush on the jaw of Sodik.
Amao Sodik, he's landed a few of those leg kicks, and like I said, they don't look like much, but it's money in the bank, you know, just like his savings account, you know. It's an investment because they all add up eventually. You're going to get compromised. Oh, finally an answer to those
that was well telegraphed because he read it, and that was a beautiful counter there from Fongno. I don't know about
Don't hold the fence, finger.
but I feel that Fongno has done well so far in this first round. First round is over for the first time tonight. We see the end of a round, and to be honest, the round of applause from our audience tells you how enjoyable that very first round was between Sodik Amao and Jordan Fongno. Hugo, your thoughts?
I mean, it was a decent first round for him. He definitely has the skill level, but now we need to test his gas tank. That was just the first 5 minutes. Sodik is still very much in the kitchen. And yeah, good showing for the first round, but he's definitely in a big fight. This is not going to be easy for him. Sodik Amao is definitely no easy opponent to start your AKO career with.
Obviously, we are clearly seeing this fight, to the excitement of our viewers and our audience here at the Pistis Conference Center, has been mostly done on the vertical base. Both fighters showcasing their prowess in their striking, and so far it's been very entertaining, Hugo.
Oh yeah. I mean, we can take a look at the stats there. Both fighters, not too much volume. 17 strikes landed, as opposed to 10 strikes landed. 10 of those strikes punches, as opposed to Sadik's 4 of those strikes being punches. We saw Jordan with a lot of spinning stuff. So the elbow attempt.
He didn't really connect with any of those spinning elbows or spinning back fists.
You time those things properly, you catch, you land. There's a lot of power in these spinning shots, you know. I mean, it's not a shot I go for. I don't like to spin and give my back to opponents, but perfectly timed. Nobody really sees them coming, you know.
That is really indeed the fact. This is the start of the second round, and it
Watch
is
your
between
finger.
Fongno fighting from the blue
Don't
corner.
point
He is
your
wearing
finger.
white trunks, taking on Sodik Amao, who is fighting from the red corner in black trunks. Our third fight of the night, second season of the African Knockout Championship, and Sodik is on the offensive. He slips. That might just be respite for Fongno.
Oh boy, Sodik was through some combos there. He's trying to set off. You know, I think he's finally found his rhythm, his flow, and now he's ready to let his shots off.
That jab landed flush there for Fongno, kind of distorted Amao's rhythm, as you just mentioned.
That's a very important part of fighting. You don't want him to calm down. You don't want him to find his rhythm. You just want to keep on putting him off, you know. Every fighter has a tick. Sometimes it's hard to spot, but the moment you spot it, you start to know when he wants to set up his strikes, and it's very important. Very nice. Sneaky elbow there.
Sneaky elbow landing there for Fongno as he's attempting the takedown, which he does. However, Sodik is also trying his best to escape the hold. Sneaky shots landing now for Fongno.
Did land 2 of those.
Very
good reaction from Sodik.
Does it seem as if Amao is a bit worn down? Does it seem a bit exhausted?
I mean, he might be a bit rocked because some of those shots did land, but it was such a good response from him, getting up to his feet and not accepting staying on the ground, because those hammer fists were gonna come next if he just stayed there.
You know, what was established in the first round was the fact that Sodik was, trying to invest, like you said, with those leg kicks, but we've not seen that so far in the second round.
Yeah, I think Fongno has just gone with a perfect response to that. Close the distance, put him off his rhythm, and just make it a dirty fight. You know, there he is. You know, he's just so close, dirty boxing. He's got the clinch in there. He's landing in some sneaky uppercuts. If Sodik tries and turns towards him, he's gonna land a sneaky elbow. You know, so he's just keeping him guessing, keeping the fight messy, he's wearing down on Sodik.
I was going to say that he was wearing down on him because it's taking so much energy for Sodik Amao to, just with the entire body weight of Fongno on him, you can clearly see he's being worn down, and he will need. Now, I have to ask you this: how does he get away from this position?
I mean, there's a trip there as well for Fongno, but he's just wearing down on this guy. Now, how to get out of this position? Sodik is kind of doing. He needs to get his hips away from him first, and then he needs to fight the hands.
All right, there we go.
But it's too late for all of that now because he finds himself in the worst position you could possibly find yourself in an MMA fight.
They see the corner of Fongno shouting instructions, and if he can slip in the guillotine, that would be something. That was lovely. That was lovely.
There was the guillotine there, there was the darts there, and there was the anaconda. But I think Fongno really just wants to show us his whole repertoire of skills, because I don't know if he's trying to finish the fight or if he's just trying to wear down on the mouth.
I was going to ask the same question. We are less than a minute, 30 seconds to go in the second round. I didn't jinx it now, Hugo. We saw the end of the round, by the way.
we made it. We made it to the second round.
The tale of this second round so far would say it has been total dominance from Fongno in terms of just bullying and dominating and even controlling Amao. Those kicks to the back of the hamstring will definitely tell as this is going on. He's feeling that. Sodik is feeling that.
He's definitely feeling that. And Sodik is trying to do the right thing now. He needs to fight the hands, and that's it. He needs to fight from the wrist with the right hand, and with the left hand he needs to go underneath the elbow. And you need to get into a Kimura grip. And try and get this. Oh, there you go. Finally, okay. He needs to fight for underhooks now.
Now, if I'm being very honest here, Hugo, I'll say 11 seconds to go. I'll say to myself that perhaps Amao needs a second win. He looks absolutely shot. He looks to be having lack of ideas in terms of what to do. His corners, and I'm not too sure if the corner is giving him any instructions, but he doesn't know what to do, to be honest. Less than 20 seconds to go.
Oh, the thing is, Fongno has Amao by Fongno's corner. So it's just the perfect place to have the kid. And I think Amao just needs to survive this round.
Oh, I think it's a bit of a low blow
there. Go back.
From the referee.
Okay. Was that on purpose or was that a mistake?
Well, we don't know. Perhaps if we see the replay, we can tell if it was by mistake or not. The referee is giving Fongno some time to recover. It's quite strange that a fighter who has a dominance will feign an injury. And we don't know if that was intentional from Sodik Olale Amao, but this is a good breather for both fighters.
We know who needed the breather.
You can see.
This could change the whole dynamic of the fight. So I think it's very important for Fongno to take his time. He has 5 minutes to recover. He doesn't need to rush back in. Well, he seems ready now.
Well, we have less than 10 seconds to go in the second round, so we're not too sure what could happen. But Fongno has obviously established dominance in this second round. And of course, the second round is over. And my goodness, Sodik looks shot. He looks absolutely knackered.
I don't know how the judges called the first round. It seemed like a very close round, but that second round was definitely Jordan Cabral Fongno.
Yeah, I'll agree with you. Jordan Fongno had the better of the exchanges, but it just simply was by Fongno eliminated that was a lovely elbow, by the way.
It was straight to the double leg takedown.
It was just simply, Fongno establishing his strength, and maybe in an area whereby, Olawale is lacking because his background is more in kickboxing, and we've seen that most fighters who love kickboxing seem to always struggle when it comes to the ground game. You can clearly see if we have the tail of the tape in terms of the stats of the second round. But the instruction now from the team of Fongno will be, I would imagine, more of the same from the second round.
Of course, more of the same. Stay complacent, stay defensively responsible, and keep asking those questions. You can see the amount of the discrepancy in the volume of strikes. I guess it's just keep striking him and then just keep putting him off rhythm. Don't let him throw any more shots.
Now, as much as this has been a masterclass from, or more or less, a wonderful performance from the debutant in Jordan Fongno, we are looking for some excitement.
You ready?
Hopefully the third round comes into life or sparks into life as we are ready to go for the third round. Our third fight of the night in the middleweight division. It is between Fongno in the blue corner, wearing the white shorts, taking on Sodik Amao in the red corner, wearing the black shorts. And from the tail of the fight so far, one can see the first half is a bit even. However, the second round seems to be more in favor of Fongno, and Amao is doing something we didn't really expect. Taking the fight to Fongno.
Boy, he tried to shoot for a double leg there, but he didn't drop to his knees, and I think he shot from a bit too far off. So Fongno tried to, he saw that coming, and he was able to scramble and defend himself. There he goes again with the spinning elbow. Very good distance management from Fongno as well. He seems to keep the fight, keep Amao far away from him when he decides to, and then he also knows how to close the distance when he wants to get into the grappling exchanges.
I mean, at this point in time, would you say that this fight is Fongno's to lose because, great shots from, Amao, but from what we can see, Amao seems to want to take the fight to Fongno, and something that only happened in the first round, which was Sodik investing with the leg shots. That has stopped. Oh yeah, because you can see
Fongno is a very good grappler, and he was wise to the leg kicks. And he ends up, I mean, he's already very good with the takedowns. You don't want to be compromised with one leg, when you throw a leg kick and that leg gets caught. It's so much easier for you to be taken down. So I guess he's saving those shots now for when he's 100% certain he's going to land them clean.
All right. Both fighters are more or less in a familiar position that we saw them in the second round. The referee, Michael, is trying to get the fighters to make it more exciting. Whoa. Lovely. You saw that, right?
Watch the groin. Stop. Time.
Another groin strike.
Yes. Another groin strike from Sodik Amao. I don't want to believe he's trying to get disqualified. The referee has seen that, given, of course...
Did he take a point off him yet? Just a warning.
Okay, next time the point is away for sure.
Okay, so it's just a warning.
It's a final warning.
I guess.
So it's a 3-strike system here, right?
Oh, very, very nice ref.
He's a very convenient referee. Let's take a look at that.
You cannot talk to the coach.
Oh, I thought we were going to get a replay. But the referee has given both fighters time to recover. And let's see if they can resume hostilities and perhaps give us a bit of excitement to go.
Yeah, okay.
I believe.
Watch it.
I mean,
ready? Let's go.
Here we go.
I'm just still wondering if this is done on purpose, because
we're back to that. The kicks seem to have made a return. Is it a cameo or a permanent staple of this fight going forward? I think Sodik has a second wind.
Oh yeah, that overhand was definitely a signal of intent. He's trying to take this boy's head off now. He knows he's behind on the scorecard, and the best way to just finish this would be to finish Jordan Fongno with his knockout.
Those strikes really were with mean intent, and Fongno, obviously being aware, has put Amao in a position whereby he can utilize those strikes, right?
Oh, he knows how to close the distance, this kid. I give him that. He's very good in the clinch.
Both corners are screaming instructions to two fighters who have it all to do. This fight is still very much open. Anybody can take it, Hugo. Anybody can take it.
I mean, at this point, I'll still say it's Fongno's to lose. I don't know how the judges are calling it. I think he definitely won that second round. Amao seems to be putting up more of a fight in this round, but there again, Fongno with the takedown is able to maintain the position. Very nice scramble from Amao.
Very nice scramble from Amao, but again, we are back to the same position when Fongno has him pinned to the cage. And as we are coming to the end of the fight, one is going to wonder, how can Sodik perhaps turn this around? Because in this position, he seems to be neutralized.
Yeah, he should be fighting for some underhooks.
I mean, you're saying that. Does it look like someone that has the strength to do that, though?
I mean, wherever the head goes, the body goes. So he should start with his opponent's head. Push their head down, create some space, then you can sneak your left hand in. Adjust your hips, then you can sneak your right hand in. I mean, that's the thing about grappling. It's a step-by-step process, and the first step has to come first. You can't skip any step.
Wise words from Hugo himself. The referee comes in. We have less than 50 seconds to go in the final round of this contest. contest between Fongno and Amao. And so far, so good. The excitement levels have still been very much high. A lovely kick from Amao. Something we thought would be a constant staple in this fight, but apparently it wasn't. Only making cameo appearances so far in this third round. Less than 30 seconds to go. And again, and that's spinning back elbow and off fist, missed. But you have to give it to Amao, who has been able to read these shots coming and
to be honest, he's been in the kitchen the whole time. And he's always been dangerous, to be honest. And this is actually a very, very close round. And a close fight. I really don't know how the judges will call it. I mean, I'd give the second round for sure to Fongno, but I don't know about the first and the last round.
Stop. Yeah, we are going for a split decision. It is all over in our third fight in the African Knockout Championship in the middleweight division, as we have Cabral Fongno and, of course, Sodik Olawale Amao going the distance for the first time tonight. Obviously, we started this competition or this event with an amazing round of 2 back-to-back first round stoppages, a TKO, and of course a submission. But this one has gone the distance. You say you couldn't score this one, but overall, how would you rate this fight? Exciting?
I mean, they just made up the time for the last 2 fights we watched, you know, because those fights ended way too quick, and I'm sure there's viewers at home that would not be able to believe that this is the third fight of the night. Perfect entry with the takedowns, drops to his knee, good distance, ends up in side control. I mean, this was probably his path to victory, but by the last round, Sadiq fighting back, very wise and very aware to the takedown attempts by this point. Stood his ground. Good exchange from both men. The leg kick. And I guess this is why Sadiq stopped throwing that leg kick, you know, because Jordan Fongno started getting very wise to it. Sneaky elbow there in the clinch situation. Almost ended up in full mount there. Good scramble from Sadiq. It was such a good fight. Such a good fight from both men. Spinning elbow. Jordan threw a lot of spinning attempts, and I think there he actually landed that spinning elbow. Sneaky knee. Who lands a knee from there? Very flexible. And very exciting fight. I think they are ready for us in the cage. Oh, let's have a look at the stats here. Oh, so much volume from Jordan. And Sadiq threw a lot of strikes too, but maybe he didn't land as many. Good knees, a lot of knees. Some of those were where they shouldn't have been. The ref had to stop the fight a few times for Jordan to catch his breath. A lot of takedowns from Jordan. I think that might just edge this very, very close fight for him. But not a judge. And we'll be going to Emmanuel in the cage shortly to get the official results.
Gentlemen, after 3 rounds, we go to the judges' scorecard. Our judges score this contest 30, 20, 30, and we have our winner by unanimous decision, Jordan
Congratulations on your victory.
It was a wonderful performance. What a way to mark your debut here in the African Knockout Championship. What was the game plan going into this fight, knowing that you haven't faced your opponent, in fact, faced anybody so far in the African Knockout Championship?
Mes félicitations, monsieur. J'espère que vous allez bien. Et comment est-ce que vous avez, quels sont les efforts que vous avez entrepris pour parvenir à ce succès? Est-ce que vous pouvez nous dire les démarches entreprises pour réaliser ce grand succès ce soir?
Ok, merci de m'avoir passé la parole. Bonsoir tout le monde ici. Excusez-moi, je ne m'exprime pas parfaitement en anglais, mais je vais essayer en français. Vous savez déjà, le MMA en Afrique, c'est pas facile. Donc, si je suis ici aujourd'hui, il y a beaucoup de parcours, notamment dans mes débuts, j'ai débuté au MMA Fitness Club. Et je tiens déjà à remercier ici des baisses, le coach depuis la base, M. Mono Lionel, lui aussi ancien combattant de MMA, qui m'a pris dans mes débuts jusqu'à ce que je sois aujourd'hui. Et sans oublier monsieur le Power Thomas, le manager, celui qui m'a récupéré après, bien après, qui a essayé de me montrer à la lumière, qui m'a donné l'occasion de m'exprimer aujourd'hui ici au EKO, où je tiens à remercier les organisateurs du Grand Fight EKO. Donc c'est un peu ça. Merci.
So, good evening everyone, good evening Nigerians. I'm happy to be here. It wasn't an easy task for me, but at the beginning I started with a fitness club, followed by another coach that coached me till where I am today. All thanks to my coach, and I seized the opportunity to thank everyone that came to support me. Thanks to you all. I appreciate you all.
Okay, now this will be the final question for you, Fongno. I know you're from Yaoundé, Cameroon, and I'm going to ask, perhaps it's going to translate for you. What will be your celebratory meal when you get back home? Are you going to get some ndolé or poisson braisé? And how do you intend to continue your journey here in the African Knockout Championship?
Alors, avant de retour au pays, comment est-ce que vous allez avoir peut-être une ndolé puisque c'est un plat camerounais, ou bien est-ce que vous allez manger du poisson braisé, ou bien comment est-ce que vous allez célébrer ce succès ce soir?
Vraiment, ça fait plaisir, ça fait rigoler. Bon, déjà, je ne suis pas trop fan du ndolé, ni encore du poisson brisé. Je ne sais pas s'il y a les bamileke ici dans la salle. Moi, je préfère manger du taro à la sauce jaune avec un peu de peau de bœuf. Donc, c'est mon plat favori là-bas.
Alright, I'm not a fan of ndolé, neither poisson braisé, but is there a bamileke? That is a Cameroonian dish, so I'm not a fan of ndolé, so that's fine.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, please make some noise for our winner for tonight. Cameroon, thank you so much for your time.
Thank you, merci. Et je tiens à envoyer ce message au public camerounais. Les gars, merci. Et je supplie aussi les dirigeants du Cameroun. Pensez aussi à mettre la lumière du MMA. Pensez vraiment, parce qu'on en a besoin. Merci.
Everyone else should wait because it's your turn now. What if you decided to be fearless? Because the only thing scarier than a no is a yes. Fearless. Embrace the thrill. everyone else should wait because it's your turn now? What if you decided to be fearless? Because the only thing scarier than a no is a yes. Fearless. Embrace the thrill.
Welcome to our world where every moment becomes an experience. Discover the hottest trends, must-watch movies, tours, and exclusive access to the best spots in town. Whether you're into concerts, festivals, or nightlife, What a Deal Events has you covered. For event organizers, we make hosting seamless. List your events, manage secure payments, enable QR check-ins, and streamline event management, all in one powerful platform. Join the experience, list, discover, and enjoy with What a Deal Events. What a deal. It's better with us.
An amazing evening so far here, the African Knockout Championship 8-second semi-final opening season of 2025, and we are having a fantastic time so far. We've had 3 fights, 2 fights ending in first round either TKO or submission, and of course our third fight saw a decision. I am not doing this alone, Victor Godfrey, in the company of Hugo. Hugo, your thoughts on what has been an exciting night so far in the African Knockout Championship?
I mean, it's exactly as promised. It's exactly what we said would happen. We have the knockout artist here, we have the submission artist here, and we have the guys who never give up, you know, and we've seen a little bit of that already in just 3 fights.
Now, if you're just joining us, first question is, where have you been? Second is, welcome. And where can they be a part of this? How can it be interactive for our viewers, Hugo?
I mean, this is streaming live on YouTube. AKO 8 is all you need to put in that search, that little search bar there. Please do like, share, subscribe. We need to promote African mixed martial arts, and I mean, this is one of the biggest and best platforms. So please help us do that.
Indeed, it is the biggest and the best platform in terms of fight promotions in Africa. The African Knockout Championship is the premier mixed martial arts promotion in Africa. Now, let's take a look now at second block. You know this. If you're a fan of this particular promotion, you know how we do it here on the African Knockout Championship. We'll take a look now at the next set of fights that we have for you. Really, really exciting stuff. Wow, remarkable stuff. It looks really exciting there, Hugo. We have in the featherweights in our next bout, it is Mataya Aboya taking on Petrus. That is the featherweight division here in the African Knockout Championship.
Oh boy, this is one I'm really looking forward to. Did you know Matthew Aboya is actually a very popular actor and stand-up comedian back in Cameroon. But he's also a very decent fighter. But he's going up against Petrus Jr. Today or tonight is his debut, and he's a very dangerous young man. In the women's bantamweight division, we have Joy Obanla, who we saw up against the woman King Duse, and it was a very surprising victory. And she's coming up against Sanaa Manda, the Wonder Woman.
She's a crowd favorite, isn't she, from Morocco?
She is.
And as a matter of fact, she's the only female fighter to have won a fight in the African Knockout Championship via submission using the arm bar. So that's going to be an interesting fight to look forward to. But last but not least, it's going to be Kone from Ivory Coast or Côte d'Ivoire taking on the Superman, Hanekom from South Africa in the middleweight division. And boy, that is one miss.
Oh boy, we haven't seen Memon Kone before in the African Knockout Championship. Is his debut, and what type of fighter to face on your first fight in the African Knockout Championship? And it's no other than Hanekom, Superman. He's one of the most dangerous fighters we've seen in the championship, and it's definitely going to be a baptism by fire. So we'll see how good Kone is.
Well, it's time for us to head over now to Emmanuel, who is our ring announcer for the announcement of the next fight that we have for you here in the African Knockout Championship. Over to you, Emmanuel.
Ladies and gentlemen, now please welcome, making his entrance, Mataya Aboya.
Now, you mentioned that he is a bit of a public figure in his native town of Cameroon. We saw his countryman, his patriots, just win his last fight, in our last fight. And he looks ready. He looks to be in poised mood, if I can use that phrase. Shadow boxing. He's clearly an entertainer, dancing his way to the arena, to the cage. Look at that. Look at him go. Look, you have to learn some few moves from him, can't you?
He's known as the Banta. He's known as the General. He's known as many names. He's known as Cola Sucre. Yeah. And he's definitely a colorful character, man. At the weigh-in yesterday, he seemed very focused, very dangerous, very quiet. But when I met him and chatted with the guy, he's a very friendly dude, you know. Be very interested to see what he brings. I mean, this is not stand-up comedy. This is the real deal. This is dangerous. This is dangerous sport. So I'm sure he would have prepared well for this.
Well, he is obviously a man of many talents, like my good man Hugo has mentioned. However, it will be the most important talent of them all, the skill he has learned in the cage of the mixed martial arts world, that will be the most important for him this evening. You've mentioned his many nicknames, but he's going with the Black Panthers. An interesting one, and one would say that perhaps age is not on his side, especially when you know that combat sports, like I say, is a young man's sport. However, we've seen many athletes defy the odds. We saw the late great George Foreman become the oldest heavyweight champion in boxing. Nothing is impossible, right?
I think George Foreman was 40. Was he 40 or 41?
He was in his 40s, yes.
Yeah, and I mean, even in mixed martial arts in the UFC, Glover Teixeira became the light heavyweight champion when he was 41 as well. So this kid is only 32. He's still very... What?
You just said kid.
Victor is a young man.
Oh, my goodness.
This is a very young man at his prime.
Well, he doesn't mind entertaining, as he's looking forward to having a great night here at the African Knockout Championship. Obviously, also his debut as well.
Oh, yeah, he looks very serious. Looks very serious. He looks in good physical shape. You have to be.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome, making his entrance, Philemon Jeb Petrus!
Wow. The African Spartan is here. Petrus, can he redeem Nigeria? We have been on a bit of a losing streak so far tonight in the African Knockout Championship. The African Spartan perhaps may be here to rescue the show.
Listen, the smile on my face, man. I need to stop smiling. You know what? I train with this kid, and I'll tell you one thing. It's not because I train with him. I might be a bit biased, but I tell you what, this boy works hard. He's the full package. He knows how to strike. He knows how to wrestle. Relentless pressure, boy. He's definitely going to bring it, and he's been waiting for this moment for a long time. He's been pretty dominant in other championships, other promotions, but this is the African Knockout Championship, and it will be interesting to see how he levels up against the best in Africa.
Well, it's the African Knockout Championship that you mentioned, and this is where the best go against the best. He obviously has the attention of the home crowd. He's known as the African Spartan. Lots of support from the audience here. Can he translate this energy? Can he use it as fuel to perhaps get the victory tonight as he takes on an unknown quantity in Mataya, Aboya?
Well, he'll just have to learn how to deal with the pressure, because I guess that's all he'll have to deal with, because if it's about preparation, he's definitely prepared. If it's about the physicality, you can look at the boy. He looks like a specimen, boy. Yeah, it's just the pressure. He's an Abuja boy, but you can hear the amount of support he has all the way out down here in Lagos. So a lot of pressure on this young man's shoulders. But let's see if he can deal with it. You know, some people break under pressure. Some people become diamonds under pressure.
Just to let our viewers know that they can also be a part of this on social media, the live chat is blowing up with lots of comments and predictions of people saying their thoughts on this one. The African Spartan has made his way into the African Knockout Championship game.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is 3 rounds of 5 minutes each action in the AKO Championship Featherweight division. Introducing first, fighting out of the blue corner is a boxer making his professional MMA debut. Fighting out of Douala, Cameroon, Mataya, the black-handed Aboya. Introducing his opponent, fighting out of the red corner is a boxer and a wrestler with a professional MMA record of 3 wins and 1 loss. Fighting out of Abuja, Nigeria, Jet African Spartan, Our referee at the center of the ring is Chinasa Victor.
Fighters, defend yourself at all time. Obey my commands at all time. Touch me if you want. Go back to your corners.
Okay. Well, I have to be honest with you, Hugo. The crowd seems really excited for this one. And he just kind of the business picked up a bit here.
Oh, boy.
And we are ready to go. A quick look at the tail of the tape, where you have the age advantage for the Nigerian, the reach advantage for the Nigerian. However, the weight kind of favors ever so slightly Matthew Aboya, and of course the experience in the corner of the Cameroonian.
Well, you know, age doesn't always mean experience. I'd say Jeb has been on the scene for a little while, so I'd say this is more like a test for Aboya than it is for Jeb.
This is the first round of our 4th fight. It is in the featherweight division. It showcases Aboya from Cameroon, known as the Black Panthers, in the blue corner and white trunks, taking on Petrus from Nigeria, fighting from the red corner in the black trunks. And we are ready to go, and both fighters trying to mark out their range here, Hugo.
Both fighters keeping this in the center. Very good. He got the kick. Caught the kick, tried to finish the takedown, but Petrus was very wise to it. And now they find themselves in a clinch situation, and Jeb has him by the cage, and he's very strong in these situations. He's going to drop to his knee very soon and shoot for a double leg.
Well, that is very predictive from Hugo. However, you are indeed right. He's trying to attempt a takedown. But I have to say, in the early seconds of this fight so far, Matthew Aboya, who seems to be making his debut, is holding his own, and a bit of an exchange of kicks, or knees, I should say, to the midsection of both fighters. And they are obviously in a clinch right now. And it is a matter of strength and endurance at this point, right?
Oh, yeah. Aboya looks very, very strong in that clinch.
He does.
Very, very strong. Jeb was able to land a sneaky knee in that exchange. Oh, and now he's gone for an outside leg trip, and that was just perfectly executed. And Aboya is on his back, but in the half guard. Oh, Chen has... There's this thing Jeb does. You might not notice, but let me tell you what's going on. He's using his chin on Aboya's cheekbones, orbitals. It gets really uncomfortable, and it makes you give him what he wants, which is a better position. And now he's in the full mount.
He is indeed in the full mount position, leading up to the takedown. We could notice a roar from the audience, and here they go again as Jeb is trying to establish dominance whereby he can unleash those strikes, and he gives a thumbs up. He gives a thumbs up in the middle of the fight. Oh my goodness, the elbows are coming down now. They are coming down now. And he's talking to Matthew Aboya. I don't know if Aboya can understand any word he's saying.
Yeah, because Aboya speaks French, don't he?
I believe so.
But I'm telling you, he's definitely understanding this language of violence. And this is a very uncomfortable position for Aboya, but he still seems to be in the kitchen. But he's taking so much damage, and the ref is asking for more. I think he's withering and he's breaking.
I think it's all over. It's all over.
What a way to introduce yourself.
The African Spartan.
There seems to be protest there from Aboya. He feels like the fight was ended a bit too early, but I tell you what, those were some very, very dangerous and damaging elbows.
Remarkable celebrations from the African Spartan. Petrus, to the excitement of the crowd.
This is ridiculous.
It's amazing.
Oh my gosh.
It is amazing.
I mean, I think I've seen that poster before, and I just saw it again. The billboard or placard or whatever it is that says dog, and that's definitely from Jeb's gym. That's the TMA saying.
Wow, he is so excited for this one.
Well, very, very dominant performance. First round finish. Back to status quo.
We are back
to status quo.
We're back to normal, aren't we? We are back to normal. An impressive victory for the Nigerian Philemon Jeb Petrus, also known as the African Spartan.
I mean, it was definitely deep waters for Matthew Aboya, and he couldn't swim. He drowned, you know. Definitely a rough introduction to the African Knockout Championship. A debut for both men, but you can see Jeb there from the clinch. Very good outside leg trip. Once he got on top, he knew he was in the dominant position. Gave us the thumbs up, addressed the hands, face wide open, and he just let those elbows go. I mean, he could have thrown some hammer fists, but he wanted to get the job done nice and early. Let his intentions be known. And what a finish. Very, very, very dominant performance. And shortly we will be going. Oh, here we go. The official statistics. Not too many strikes were thrown, but hey, T over quantity, and every strike seemed to do a lot of damage. We can see the takedowns there. All it took was one takedown. Not too many strikes were thrown, but very dominant performance by Jeb Petrus. And shortly we will be going into the cage to get the official results from Emmanuel.
Ladies and gentlemen, we have our winner after 2 minutes 49 seconds of the first round. And here is your winner by technical knockout, Jeb, the African Spartan
Jeb, right this way, Jeb. This way. before I start this interview, very quickly, Lagos, make some noise one more time for the African Spartan. Yeah. Philemon, I have to ask, what an amazing performance. What was the game plan coming into this fight? Because Aboya was making his debut here in the African Knockout Championship. And when you were in the cage, what was going through your mind as you were going about your business, eventually getting the technical decision in terms of the knockout?
For the game plan, I would say we did everything, man. We worked all around it. We've been building our way towards this. I didn't just find myself here. I've been actually preparing for the bigger guys, the A's. So this is just like a piece of cake. Yeah.
Well, very confident from the African Spartan. One question in my mind is, what made you jump over the cage and into the crowd? What was the reasoning behind that?
To be honest, these guys came all the way from Abuja. Look at them, all of them. That is TMA. I don't regret my action. I will jump over the cage 10 more times for them. I love you guys.
Obviously, so much love and support from the Nigerian audience here. Final question is, you mentioned that perhaps this might have been a bit too easy for you, and you're looking for the bigger guns in the featherweight division. Do you mind calling out any of the bigger guns and what they should expect coming from you, the African Spartan?
With due respect, I think I'm ready. I'm not scared of anybody. I can ground and pound Malumba. I can knock out Diatta, and I will submit Youssef. Bring them all. I'm ready for them, guys.
Ladies and gentlemen, congratulations to the African Spartan. Once again, thank you.
I want to give a shout out to AKO for making this, for giving me the opportunity to show my skills in front of the world and everyone here. And I also want to give a shout out to my team. Without them, I won't be here. TMA, shout out to the world, guys. And I also want to give a shout out to my family, my loved ones. All this is not me. There's a lot of people, solid pillars behind me, so I want to give a shout out to all of them. Thank you, guys. This is just the beginning.
The average person will hear no more times than yes throughout their lifetime. You can't move that fast. But what if you said no to all those no's? What if you decided you can go that fast and that everyone else should wait because it's your turn now? What if you decided to be fearless? Because the only thing scarier than no is a yes. Fearless. Embrace the thrill.
Welcome to our world where every moment becomes an experience. Discover the hottest trends, must-watch movies, tours, and exclusive access to the best spots in town. Whether you're into concerts, festivals, or nightlife, What a Deal Events has you covered. For event organizers, we make hosting seamless. List your events, manage secure payments, enable QR check-ins, and streamline event management, all in one powerful platform. Join the experience, list, discover, and enjoy with What a Deal Events. What a deal. It's better with us.
Wow, what an exciting evening so far here in the African Knockout Championship. And Hugo, we mentioned something about going back to form in terms of the knockouts in the first round. Our last fight saw the African Spartan beating Matthew Aboya from Cameroon in first round action and in brutal fashion. Up next will be a fight in the women's bantamweight division between Obanla Joy Ebanda and Sanaa. Now we're going to head over to our ring announcer in Emmanuel. Over to you, Emmanuel.
Ladies and gentlemen, now please welcome, making our entrance, Joy Ebanda Obanla.
I believe she is fired up. Just given the last performance we saw, anybody will be fired up. And Joy has a big task ahead of her today. However, do you feel she can get it done?
Well, I mean, I'm not going to be the guy to write Obanla off, because the last time she was the underdog. She was going against Temelu Duse, the Woman King. And she seemed to be losing the fight, but just kept on growing in confidence, and she just watched the Woman King wilt, wore her down, and ended up winning the fight by a technical knockout. So I wouldn't write this woman off. She's a very, very determined girl. It'll be interesting to see how she holds up against Sanaa, because that is no joke.
It is no joke indeed. The Nigerian Joy, she's known as the Flash. She's an All-African Games MMA gold medalist. So she does have championship pedigree in her veins. You think she can get it done? I mean, I know you wouldn't write her up, but would you go as far as say, you know what, I'm going to put all my money, I'm going to put all my chips behind her?
With all due respect, Joy, I love you. I mean, this is a tough one. I mean, if she wins this fight, then I'm on Joy's side all day. You know, this will be a real proof of her pedigree, her skill, and what level she's at, you know.
That will prove that indeed, as Joy kisses the floor as she makes her way into the African Knockout Championship cage.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome, making her entrance, Sanaa
Now, Sanaa is a bit of a proud favorite here in the African Knockout Championship. Her personality, her style, her vibe, if you will. And she's not even wasting time. She's all about business as she's making her way down to the cage. Would this be her biggest test, or do you feel she's an overwhelming favorite to just, and you say in combat sports, perhaps a warm-up fight?
I mean, I put her right at the top up there, you know, of this division. She seems like a very, very, very professional athlete. You know, she does her homework, takes care of her nutrition, comes very well prepared, takes care of her recovery. You know, she seems to be very professional and leave no stone unturned. You know, and these type of fighters can be very difficult. You know, all these very methodical fighters. You know, and obviously her grappling is right up there, and it's such a leveler. You know, it's such a leveler. If you can't deal with her pressure, she's like a wet blanket once she gets you on the ground, you know.
Yeah.
So, yeah, it'll be interesting to see how Obanla holds on.
It'll be interesting to see how Obanla holds on. An interesting matchup between Sanaa, who has an amazing record here in the African Knockout Championship, the only female to have won a fight using the arm bar submission, a move made very famous by a certain Ronda Rousey.
Oh yeah, definitely. And in the African Knockout Championship, it seems to be a Moroccan thing, because it was also fouled Youssef, her training partner and teammate, first finish. So they're very sneaky when they get on their back. You got to watch out for these Moroccans.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is 3 rounds of 5 minutes each action in the AKO Championship Women's Bantamweight Division. Introducing for us, fighting out of the blue corner. She's a boxer, kickboxer, and Shangshu Wushu Kung Fu fighter with a professional MMA record of 1 win and 0 loss. Fighting out of Ibadan, Nigeria. Join the first Obanla. Introducing her opponent, fighting out of the red corner. She's a judo and sambo fighter with a professional MMA record of 2 wins and 1 loss. Fighting out of Casablanca, Morocco, Sanaa, Wonder Woman, Manda. Our referee at the center of the ring is Austin Judah.
Ladies, come. You know the rules. Protect yourselves at all times. Keep it clean. Touch gloves if you want to. Back to your corners.
Like we've said now, it is an even contest. However, you can just ever so slightly see perhaps that Amanda Sanaa has a bit of the advantage in terms of skill, but the reach, the height seems to be in favor of Joy Obanla.
And the age as well. Obanla is a lot younger, but
ready.
That's the thing I like about Amanda Sanaa.
Fight.
She seems like a woman on a mission. Like I need to be a world champion somewhere. I need to be a champion at my weight class somewhere. And she just came to the AKO. That mindset. I'm just gonna run through all these girls, take my belt and go home. But Obanla, we know this girl can go the distance, you know, and she doesn't break easy.
A cautious start from Joy Obanla. However, Amanda Sanaa seems to be more aggressive. Just joining us, fighting from the blue corner is Joy Obanla in the white trunks. Fighting from the red corner is Amanda Sanaa in black. And it is an interesting one. The first round, Joy Obanla, the Nigerian, taking on Amanda Sanaa, the Moroccan. And, okay.
There we go.
Amanda Sanaa takes the first takedown, and she does execute that well.
So early in the round, when both women are very dry and there's all that friction and grip, you know, so this is not how Obanla wanted to start this fight, and she needs to start getting her defensive frames going instead of just trying to power out. Because Sanaa is working to get to the full mount, and once she gets to the full mount, she's already trying to isolate the hand. She's going to start going for that armbar again, signature move.
Now, if you look at the nicknames of both fighters, you think you're watching the Justice League, because Amanda Sanaa is known as Wonder Woman, while Joy Obanla is known as the Flash. But no, it's not the Justice League. It is the African Knockout Championship, and Amanda Sanaa with quick efficiency, and it seems to be piling on the pressure now on Obanla. Those elbow strikes seem to have found the target and a home on the face of Joy.
Yeah, well, Joy is a very tough kid, and I think it's already
It's the armbar. It is the armbar. It is the armbar. It is the armbar. It is the armbar.
Don't break this arm.
It is the armbar, and Joy's resilience is on display.
Wow.
Whoa!
Wow.
Remarkable
This
resilience
girl is something
from
else.
Joy.
This is why you don't write Joy Obanla off. Oh my God, how did she get out of that?
Joy Obanla got out of the armbar applied by Amanda Sanaa. Hugo, your thoughts on that?
Oh my thoughts. I mean, I was begging her to tap because I was so sure that arm was going to break. But look, this girl is as hard as a nail. I'll give her that, you know, and she must be really flexible too, right? She was able to find her way out of that. Amazing stuff.
Amazing stuff indeed, as we are still trying to recover from the fact that Joy Obanla somehow survived that deadly armbar applied by Amanda Sanaa. What has now become more or less a signature move here in the African Knockout Championship?
Well, Amanda Sanaa is in side control, and Joy has this guillotine. I think she needs to let go of that hand and get the underhooks going so she can get back up, you know. Sanaa knew she was never under a threat, so she just let her have the head, and now she's transitioned to some sort of north-south position, stuffing her head down, and she's going to go for a dash out of the comeback.
Well, that is potentially what could be the next move. However, we've seen this before, whereby one fighter pushing the head down of another fighter, applying pressure and just wearing them down with just the body weight, just laying your body weight and just making your opponents carry you.
Well, I like this. I wonder how this will play on Amanda Sanaa's mentality, because she must have been so sure she had that armbar, and when you don't get it, I mean, it might be a bit, discouraging. And now she's going for the guillotine, and she didn't get that either. So I mean, so far so good for Joy Obanla. I mean, never write this lady off, And this is the same position she had
in her last fight.
In her last fight, she had the Woman King.
She was just kicking the Woman King from behind, and you just saw the Woman King slump in the last fight. But again, you have to give credit to Joy Obanla's remarkable strength of recovery, because I mean, the threshold of pain resistance will be very high for her to withstand that pain during that armbar.
Oh boy, she's so resilient, and she must have a lot of body awareness. She must have known, yes, I'm in trouble here, but it's not over. I can still get out of this. I was so worried she was going to leave her arm compromised, broken, and in Manda Sana's hands, but she managed to get out somehow, and she's still very much in this fight.
Less than 10 seconds to go in the first round, which has flown by so quickly.
I'm telling you, 5 minutes just flew right by.
It just flew right by, as we have Sanaa and Joy Obanla with an amazing first round performance, to the appreciation and approval of our audience here in Lagos, Nigeria. What a round.
Oh boy, if you were a judge, who would you say won that round?
To be honest, I'll call it a stalemate.
Oh boy, that was
even
such,
Steven. It was so close.
That was a close round. Decent entry, underhooks.
And a good takedown.
Perfect trip. Textbook stuff. Ends up in full mounts. Couldn't get the finish from the ground and pound. Still made sure she established the position and controlled the hand. She seemed to have it there, everything technically in the right place. But Joy Obanla was able to control her foot and made sure she never really got that arm, and she was able to pull her elbows out of the hip line of Amanda Sanaa. So I guess that's how she stayed safe.
I also have to add that she stayed very calm in that moment. And like you said something earlier on, perhaps her flexibility was, of course, in the striking department, Joy Obanla really has not had the best of performances. However, you can say that this first round went to Amanda Sanaa in terms of the exchanges from the vertical base.
I mean, she found a lot of success with the knees in that towards the end of the round in the clinch situation. But she hasn't been able to land any of her punches. And I'd say that's actually her strongest point. She's known for her solid punching power and combination. She needs to let her hands go and find some success on Amanda Sanaa's face or body.
All right, the start of the second round. It is a 5-minute round. We have one more to go. It is between Obanla in the blue corner, the Nigerian in all whites in terms of her shorts, taking on Amanda Sanaa, fighting from the red corner from Morocco in the black trunks. And
that was a solid leg kick.
It was a solid leg kick from Joy. You mentioned that this could be perhaps Joy's biggest test. You feel she can overcome it?
Well, so far so good for Joy. I wouldn't write her off. Now, I mean, it's a lot more even than I expected it to be, because I thought Amanda Sanaa was levels ahead in the grappling and on the ground. But Joy has held her ground. She has held her own in the grappling exchanges, and both ladies just letting their hands go.
Yeah, remarkable stuff right there, as we saw in that exchange. Joy letting go with two lovely right hooks and a nice sweeping leg kick that I feel that has earned the respect of Joy. You can see just behind the left knee of Amanda Sanaa. It's a bit red.
Oh, there's some bruising there. Definitely from the first leg kick, it was already bruised up. And she's bouncing around everywhere, but she's definitely been put on notice. Uncomfortable.
I can clearly tell that if you're looking very close, you can clearly tell that perhaps Amanda Sanaa is a bit uncomfortable putting pressure on that lead left leg of hers. Oh!
That was a very good overhand.
You can see the eyeballs of Joy widen when she made those attempts for the strike. She is really tuned in, and those leg kicks are beginning to tell on Amanda Sanaa.
Oh boy, another takedown attempt. Unsuccessful for now. It was a good sprawl by Obanla, but she needs to address this underhooks, and Sanaa has them very nice and deep. And she's going for another outside leg trip, but Joy is very wise to it this time. Oh boy, these are some groin, these are low strikes.
We do have a bit of a wardrobe malfunction. I believe the referee is going to adjust that very quickly. However, it's a bit of a respite for both fighters as well. It's a bit of a time.
I felt like she took some groin strikes there, Victor. I don't know what it feels like for a woman, but those were low.
Come on.
Those were low strikes, Victor. There were 2 knees by Sanaa to Joy Obanla there, but she took it like a champ.
Well, whatever the case was, it was the referee stopping the bout briefly just for the adjustment of the wardrobe malfunction we did have, especially for Joy Obanla. If I've been honest with you, Joy Obanla has given a good record of herself, and those leg kicks are beginning to tell.
And Sanaa she's trying to finish the show now. She's trying to close the distance, take this fight to the ground, because I think she's done with this.
We have another wardrobe malfunction again. As hopefully there will be a timeout for it to be adjusted again. I think we need to work on the attire of the female fighter. Well, we have a bit of a timeout. We're clearly seeing that perhaps she might need to have a change in terms of her top.
Boy, Victor, it's a fight, man. There's no time for this. She is locked in, good to go.
We have a bit of a timeout. Just to explain what's really going on, it is, of course, Joy Obanla in the blue corner in the white trunks, taking on Sanaa in the red corner in the black trunks. We had a bit of a pause because of a wardrobe malfunction on the side of Joy Obanla. The officials are trying to ensure that maybe she might have a bit of a change of attire. I don't know what the decision has been. I think the judges and everybody involved are okay.
I think the ref also needs to watch out for Sanaa, maybe grabbing onto the fabric of Joy Obanla.
Yes.
This is no-gi, so she shouldn't be grabbing onto fabric.
Okay. Well said there by Sensei Hugel. Okay, we do have this fight now in the second round. Less than a minute, 30 seconds to go. And we have to be honest, coming into this one, we never expected Joy to give such a good account of herself, given the pedigree of Sanaa, who is a Sambo champion. And those leg kicks are really telling. You can see the red markings on the left knee of Sanaa. Just behind her left knee.
Obanla is so locked in, and it's one of the fundamentals of fighting. Good eyes. You need to keep your chin down, eyes on the target. And she is nice. She's letting the right hand go. And this is tough for Sanaa now. I believe the tables have turned.
The tables have turned. This might be a lot more tougher than Sanaa anticipated, as Joy is giving a fantastic account of herself. We just saw in that moment how poised she was. She's really calm and establishing the center of the cage. Missed with that uppercut in that moment.
I mean, with 30 seconds to go, 2 rounds down, I actually believe this is actually Obanla's to lose at this point. I think she's 2 rounds up, and Sanaa really needs to establish her ground game if she's going to win this fight. Finally gets a takedown, but very late in the round.
10 seconds to go. This has been very rough, and it's over. It's all over in terms of the second round, and boy, it was about to get explosive there. This is called saved by the bell.
I mean, Sanaa tried to land 2 strikes after the bell. I think the ref should have jumped in there a lot earlier. But I think that's just a sign of frustration, and I gotta give credit to Obanla. She is holding it down. She is definitely holding it down.
You can clearly see the stress on the left knee of Sanaa. She's talking to her trainer, and she's saying that it is a bit difficult to move it. As she can clearly see, it's almost red. The entire knee area is red.
Listen, in kickboxing, Muay Thai especially, that is where they tell you to kick. Because not only is there the muscle, there's a nerve there that does not like to be touched. And it seems like Joy Obanla has touched it a few times. Very good overhand, the cross. You know, she looks dangerous every time they have this standing exchanges.
Now we have to commend the fact that Joy Obanla has had a better showing in terms of the strikes in the second round, given the fact that she has a background in boxing, kickboxing, and also wushu kung fu.
Oh yeah, and what many people don't know about kung fu is they do grapple in kung fu. They do grapple. So she's held hers down, you know, and she's definitely shown us that there's really not much of a discrepancy in the skill levels between her and Amanda Sanaa in the grappling section.
It's the third round of the fight, and a lovely left hook landing there. A wide hook, by the way, landing for Joy Obanla on the face of Amanda Sanaa. Just joining us in the third round of this fight between Obanla Joy, who is fighting from the blue corner in white trunks, against Amanda Sanaa, who is fighting from the red corner in black trunks. And obviously, Amanda Sanaa, who is a Sambo champion, has had the better of the exchanges in the first round. However, we can argue and say that Joy Obanla had the better of the exchanges in the second round. So now it's all to do for both fighters in the ultimate round.
To be honest, I think the first round too was very close, and I wouldn't just give it to Amanda Sanaa. But now, oh boy, this is the urgency. You know, the urgency. She's trying to get this finish, and she's going to go for an armbar again. But this time, she's going for a Kimura.
Well, we can clearly see that Amanda Sanaa is very aggressive now in this position as she is laying down the punishment on Joy Obanla. Can she get out of this position, Hugo? Because Amanda Sanaa perhaps is trying to end this as quickly as possible.
Boy, I could see it in Obanla's eyes just before they ended up on the ground. She could smell victory. She knows she's so close. She just needs to hang in there for a few more minutes. But now Amanda Sanaa is really going. She has a Kimura grip on the arm, and I'm sure she's working towards an armbar, but she needs to control the hand, and that's what she's doing with this Kimura grip.
They are literally right in front of us in terms of the action right now as Amanda Sanaa again. Amanda Sanaa is trying her best to end this as quickly as possible. She has the dominant position. However, Joy is giving her all to escape. Oh wow, this is remarkable.
Joy is no slouch.
Wow.
And she definitely did not come here to lose. She is fired up. She is in the mood. And I mean, she has said it before the fight, man. This girl is not going to come to my country and beat me up. That's what she kept on saying before the fight.
She kept on saying that in the pre-fight interviews that we have on social media. What is incredible about this is that to the excitement and approval of the audience here, they are loving every single minute of this.
Oh, she needs to be careful with the knees. You can't throw knees from the ground.
However, that's what the instruction from the corner is saying. They are literally telling her to throw knees from the ground. Listen to them say that in Yoruba. See that? Knees to the head. And they are landing and finding the target to go.
They are landing.
What a tough fight for both fighters.
Watch the center of the head. Watch the center of the head.
The referee trying to ensure that everything is still within the rule book.
Oh boy.
I can assure you that these ladies are going for it.
I know it's a fight, but yeah, we do have mixed martial. I mean, there are rules in mixed martial arts. Oh yeah, it's not just a dog fight, you know. But Amanda Sanaa finds herself in dominant side control, but she needs to get to work. You know, she needs to try and finish the fight with some elbows, or she needs to go for that trademark armbar and finish this fight.
Both fighters exchanging blows to the head. Oh my goodness, this is a fight. I have to be honest with you, this has to be the fight of the night so far. What an encounter between these two ladies.
Oh boy. You know what they say, what a man can do, a woman can do better.
I am honest with you, they have done a very fantastic job here tonight.
That's what I love about female MMA, you know. These girls bring it, you know, and that's why they're here, because they are as entertaining as the guys. So, yeah, big up to these African ladies holding it down.
Indeed, the African ladies holding it down here in the African Knockout Championship. We are just less than 40 seconds away from the end of the third and final round. Joy has given it her all. Sanaa has given it her all as well. Both fighters deserve all the respect and accolade that comes with such a great performance. The question now is, in the last 20 seconds of this fight, can anybody turn the tables and have a definite finish to this one?
She just won't give in or give up. And it's getting really... I mean, Sanaa is probably just frustrated. You know, I would have thought she would have worked towards a submission or tried to get her ground and pound going. But yeah, Joy Obanla was just so difficult to control.
It's all over. And just a little bit of an exchange between two of the ladies after the final whistle or final bell. And what a fight. I mean, this is too close to call, Hugo. I don't know who won this one. I have no idea. Your thoughts on this fight?
I think Sanaa is taking those the knees to the head a bit personal. But to be honest, I don't think Obanla Joy was really aware of the rule set and all of that. But it's all up to the ref. I don't think Sanaa should take any of that too personal. We can see this really sunken amber. Thought she had the finish. But Joy Obanla, amazing stuff. The leg kicks, she found a lot of success with those. Definitely put Sanaa on notice. And she was able to defend a few takedowns. Very close fights. I wouldn't know how the judges would call this. Another takedown attempt. Beautiful sprawl from Obanla. And this is where I think we had a little bit of controversy when Sanaa got on top towards the end of the fight, and she was taking these knees to the head, and I'd say that's up to the ref. You know, that's definitely up to the ref. Very close fight, and as we take a look at the stats officially, 105 strikes thrown by Obanla. I can only imagine how many of those were thrown when she was on her back. Sanaa also found a lot of success with her striking, some punches landed. But I'd say the biggest discrepancy would be with the takedowns. Sanaa finding a lot of success with that. Joy Obanla did not even have one attempt on the takedowns. Very close fight. And shortly we'll be going into the cage to get the official announcements on the results from Emmanuel.
Ladies and gentlemen, after 3 rounds of action, we go to the judges' scorecard. Our judges scored this tournament 29-28, 29-28, 29-28. And here's the winner by unanimous decision. Sanaa Wonder Woman
Sanaa, if I can just get you here for a minute. This way, Manda. Ladies and gentlemen, please give it up for the women of the African Knockout Championship. That was a fantastic performance from both ladies. Let's make some noise for them. All right. Sanaa, first of all, congratulations. what a fantastic performance and victory. However, I have to ask you, in the first round, you had Joy Obanla in an armbar, but yet still she escaped from it. What was going through your mind in that moment?
Mes félicitations, Sanaa. Je saisis cette opportunité pour vous féliciter pour le premier tour, lorsque vous avez fait tomber Sanaa pour le premier tour. Qu'est-ce que vous aviez à l'esprit en ce moment?
Bonsoir. Je tiens à remercier tout le public qui sont là. Je viens remercier ma famille, mes parents, mes soeurs, ma fille, la salle où je m'entraîne, je me prépare. Bench Badr Badr Hari. Je tiens à remercier aussi mon manager et mon coach Sami et ma coach Sabah de kickboxing et toutes mes copines. Alors, pour ce combat, j'ai préparé pendant Ramadan. C'est difficile de préparer pendant Ramadan vu que l'hydratation n'était pas bien. J'étais blessée au niveau des ischios. Et malgré tout ça, je me suis bien préparée pour ce fight. Là, aujourd'hui, j'essaye de travailler grappling et de travailler la lutte et le sol plus que striking parce que j'avais une adversaire à la base qui fait kickboxing et la boxe. Je ne veux pas rentrer dans ce jeu. Donc, j'ai essayé d'attraper le bras, le clé de bras, mais ça a craqué 3 fois. Mais je dirais à Joy, bravo. Je te jure, ça a craqué le bras 3 fois, mais ça n'a pas tapé. J'ai essayé de grappler. Et ben voilà, je suis fatiguée. Et merci à tout le monde.
All right, good evening, loved ones. This is I won the game, and it wasn't easy at the beginning because I prepared throughout Ramadan, and you know how Ramadan is really demanding. And thanks to my coach, to my manager, to my families, and everyone. And for the first one, she escaped 3 times. I was like, what would be the way out? I've been trying to do something, but thank God, I'm now the winner. Thank you, everyone.
All right, this will be the final question, Manda Sanaa, Wonder Woman. Would you say that this is the toughest fight you've been in so far here in the African Knockout Championship? I mean, we saw you struggle with those leg kicks landing on your left lead leg. Would this be your toughest fight so far in the African Knockout Championship?
Oui, Mademoiselle Sanaa, est-ce que ceci c'est le combat le plus difficile que vous avez eu à rencontrer? Voilà. Est-ce que c'est le combat le plus difficile que vous avez rencontré à African Knockout Championship?
Non, la vérité, le match que j'avais avant, était plus difficile que celui-là. Quand je t'ai dit, j'ai pas bien préparé ce combat parce que il y avait Ramadan au Maroc et tous les musulmans font de Ramadan. Donc, je ne me suis pas bien préparée comme d'habitude. Mais maintenant, quand j'accepte de jouer dans cette organisation, c'est pour partir au final, pour ramener la ceinture au Maroc, pas plus. Voilà.
As I said earlier, I could not prepare very well because of Ramadan. The first battle I had, the first fight I had was the toughest one. But thanks to God, I was able to conquer this one.
Ladies and gentlemen, please give it up for the winner tonight, the Wonder Woman from Morocco, Manda Sanaa. Thank you for your time, Manda Sanaa.
And that everyone else should wait because it's your turn now. What if you decided to be fearless? Because the only thing scarier than a no is a yes. Fearless. Embrace the thrill.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the African Knockout Championship, and it has been an incredible evening so far, especially the last fight we just witnessed as we saw the women go head-to-head. Joy Obanla, the Flash from Nigeria, taking on Sanaa, the Wonder Woman. Hugo, she will get the victory in terms of the unanimous decision. He went the distance, but boy, what a fight we saw in our last fight here in the African Knockout Championship.
Oh boy, that fight got spicy. He had a bit of everything. Close calls, you know, grit, aggression. It was, I mean, a lot of respect to Joy Obanla. I thought Sanaa was just going to run right through her, but this girl is a fighter. She's a warrior, and she could have won that. You know, she was finding a lot of success with those leg kicks, and it was a lot closer than we expected.
It was a lot closer than we expected, but boy, was it full of excitement. And we have to say that Joy Obanla, the Flash, has given a good account of herself because, like you mentioned, the expectation was that, you know, Sanaa, with the experience that she has, the pedigree she has already in the African combat sambo, instead of winning the Commonwealth gold as well, and of course getting the KO of the year in 2022, you would think that she would be the favorite to get the victory here tonight. However, Joy gave a good account of herself. Without wasting time, let's go right to our next fight in the middleweight division. The big boys are out to play now as we have Memon Abdullahi Kone taking on Chad Hanekom all the way from South Africa. Over to you, Emmanuel. It is.
Ladies and gentlemen, now please welcome, making his entrance, Memon Abdullahi Kone.
He is coming all the way from the Ivory Coast. It's the middleweight division. He looks to be in tremendous shape as well. And do you feel he's going to be a bit nervous being here, making his debut here in the African Knockout Championship? I don't know what to say, as we say.
I mean, nervous energy is good, you know, as long as you know how to have it under control. Of course, this is it's a very big stage, and you're coming up against the best fighters, and fighting is dangerous, you know. So yeah, I mean, if you went in there without any nerves, that would be a problem. It's advisable to actually go in there with some nerves but have it under control. I mean, he's a big boy, he has good height, but he's coming up against the Superman. And Chad Hanekom seems to have a bit of everything, you know. I've seen him knock out people with leg kicks. He's a black belt in Jiu-Jitsu. So this is going to be a very big test for Kone and his debut. But I can see in his corner there, Coach Henry. So he's definitely coming from a very good gym. He's been well coached. And it'll be interesting to see what he has to show us today.
He is, obviously, does look as if he's in tremendous shape, as is expected from every fighter here in the African Knockout Championship. He's a list that is expected of you to be in wonderful shape. However, like you've mentioned, coming up against a fighter like Chad Hanekom that has the experience and a wonderful shot selection, what will be the strategy going into this fight, Hugo, very quickly?
Boy, I'd say keep Chad away from you. Keep him at a distance. Don't let him get into any clinch situations. And definitely don't end up on the ground. So I'd say he'd find his most success if he could make this a striking battle.
Here we go. Making his debut. Entering the African Knockout Championship cage for the first time. Memon Abdullahi Kone.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome, making his entrance, Chad Hanekom.
And he is back in the African Knockout Championship. Chad Hanekom, Superman, all the way from South Africa, and he means business. He is all business, but look at this intimidating figure right in front of us. My goodness, the crowd is excited.
This guy can easily be a light heavyweight, you know. His such a big middleweight, you know, but this guy is also a very, very professional fighter. Another very methodical guy, you know, one of these guys that, I mean, he's in Nigeria now, but he flew down here with his packed meals to make sure he made weight. You know, it's very important. And be interested to see what he brings. We know what this guy brings, you know, he comes with a lot of power. He comes with a very, 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 very solid ground game. His last fight, he was able to put out Drami with a rare naked choke. So this guy's a very dangerous guy, you know. It'll be interesting to see how he approaches tonight's fight.
That will be indeed the case, to see how he approaches tonight's fight. It is Chad Hanekom, Superman. And of course, it's no coincidence that Chad Hanekom is fighting the day after a new trailer for Superman the movie came out.
Oh boy. I didn't even know about that one.
The only thing missing is the S on the chest.
Oh,
however, we're ready for action here. Middleweight division, Chad Hanekom, Superman taking on Abdoulaye Kone. Next, here on AKO.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is 3 rounds of 5 minutes each of action in the AKO Championship Middleweight Division. Introducing first, fighting out of the blue corner is a kickboxer and a Muay Thai fighter with a professional MMA record of 1 win in 0 loss. Fighting out of Togo, Ivory Coast, Introducing his opponent, fighting out of the red corner is a sambo fighter with a professional MMA record of 10 wins and 3 losses. Fighting out of Johannesburg, South Africa, Chad the Superman Hanekom. Our referee at the center of the ring is Michael Warcha.
Hugo, these two fighters look like they're ready to go.
Okay, fighters, you both know the rules. Protect yourself at any time. Listen to my commands. When I say stop, you stop. Shake hand if you like. Go back to the corner.
Like I said, these two fighters look like they're ready to go. But Hugo, a quick look at the tail of the tape where you have the reach advantage for Memon Kone. However, the height as well favors him. But like you mentioned, the South African is a heavy middleweight.
Oh boy. He's such an imposing figure.
You're ready.
And
you're ready.
Yesterday at the weigh-ins, I just kept on hearing it from so many different fighters. What weight class is he at? What weight class is he at? I was like, he's a middleweight. It's like, he's big. He's a big middleweight.
He is indeed a big middleweight. You can see the size difference between both fighters. However, like they said, it's not the size of the dog in the fight. It's the size of the fight in the dog that determines everything here. Just joining us, it is the middleweight bout and contest in the African Knockout Championship between Kone in the white trunks fighting in the blue corner, taking on Chad Hanekom from South Africa, fighting in the black trunks from the red corner. And so far, so good. I can see Kone establishing the center of the cage, being the more aggressive fighter of the two.
I mean, he needs to use his long-range weapons just exactly as he's doing here. His straight punches, his teep kicks. But perfectly timed entry by Chad Hanekom. Maybe he should have been throwing in some feints before he threw the kicks. Maybe Chad seems to have gotten a read on his timing and on his speed, and he's just timed that perfectly. Cut the kick, close the distance. Kone is actually he's done very well to stay on his feet.
Well, one would think that Kone should perhaps establish the distance, given the fact that Hanekom is bigger and he can use that weight and size advantage over Kone if they come into close quarters like we're seeing now.
I mean, it was just good timing by Hanekom. He caught the kick and used that as an opportunity to close the distance, and here we are now. Kone needs to fight for his underhooks, because Hanekom seems really determined to get this takedown. I think he's had enough of those kicks, and you can tell Kone has some very dangerous kicks, and he doesn't need any of that. Close the distance, take this fight to where I'm most comfortable, which is on the ground.
Well, it has been a bit of a tentative start to this one. More tactical in the approach from both fighters, more cautious not throwing caution to the wind to ensure that perhaps you don't want to make any early mistakes.
Oh, these are the big boys. These guys are middleweights, but this is where power starts. These boys pack some power. So yeah, not surprised to see both men very calculated, and finally gets the takedown.
The very first takedown of the night goes to Chad Hanekom, and we just mentioned this, that perhaps in close quarters the advantage will go to the bigger man.
Oh boy, Kone fighting so hard to maintain this half guard, and for now he's still relatively safe.
For now,
he needs it, but he shouldn't stay flat on his back. Now he's doing the right thing. He needs to get on his right shoulder, get his left underhook a bit deeper in, get his knee shield going, start working on some sweeps from half guard or get back to his feet.
But what about this though for Kone? I mean, your first fight in the African Knockout Championship, boom, it is Chad Hanekom Superman.
Oh boy, I know it's Chad Hanekom Superman's second fight, but from what we saw in this man's first fight, and from, seeing his videos from other promotions, he's a very, very, very dangerous middleweight.
It is indeed two fighters who have perhaps a lot to still prove here in the AKO Championship. And we mentioned this, that perhaps one of the most stacked division is the middleweight division here in the African Knockout Championship.
Oh, yeah.
So many tantalizing prospects of fights that could be possibly made here in the AKO Championship.
Oh, he's isolated.
He's going for that Kimura.
And he's going for an Americana or straight arm lock.
But if we're being honest, Chad has really been the bigger and more imposing of the two fighters so far in this fight.
Yeah. Kone is still fighting though, and he's finally got a little bit of a knee shield going on there, but the body can only go where the head goes, and Chad was doing a good job of pinning Kone's head down with his own head.
Wow, we have less than 40 seconds to go, and Chad, the Superman Hanekom, is pounding down here on Kone, whose nickname is La Brome, all the way from Morocco in Cote d'Ivoire, making his debut here in the African Knockout Championship. And this is not where Kone wants to be in. Hugo.
Oh boy, the last Ivorian that faced Hanekom was Sharif Drame, and he was put away by a rear naked choke. And Kone must have seen some flashes there because he was so close to being put out, just the same way his countryman and compatriot Sharif Drame was put out.
The last action of the first round between these two fighters in the middleweight division, it is between Abdoulaye Kone and Chad Hanekom. From your assessment of that first round, Hugo, we can see the replays now. Would you say this will go more to Chad? We didn't get much in terms of exchanges of punches from a vertical base. Everything was more or less on the mats or close to the cage or the walls of the cage. But how would you assess this round?
Started off good for Kone, the first few segments of the round. But as the round went on, I think Hanekom started to find his way slowly into the fight. And once they found themselves in a clean situation, I'd say Chad Hanekom was the more dominant fighter.
Well, it does seem like Chad Hanekom had the better of the exchanges in the first round. Second round about to start. Maybe this might spark into life in terms of the fact that both fighters need to still show us more than what they have in the first round. And here we go for the second round. Fighting from the blue corner in the white trunks is the Ivorian, making his debut here in the African Knockout Championship in terms of Abdoulaye Kone. And fighting from the red corner in the black trunks is Chad Hanekom, also known as Superman. He has been here before. Great exchange of kicks from both fighters. And hopefully we can have a bit of a striking match. Lovely kick there, finding his target in the calf of the Superman.
It all the round started with a leg kick attempt by Hanekom, but it was checked perfectly by Kone, and then he replied with his own outside leg kick and landed. But now I think both men are wise to each other's leg. head kick attempt there.
The level of concentration from both fighters is really high. This is a tactical chess match between two fighters that are trying to read and get the advantage over each other. I've seen Abdullahi Kone switching stances from southpaw to orthodox as well. Your thoughts on this?
Boy, that's the first part of fighting. You have to have good eyes, bro. You got to keep your eyes on the target. And yeah, both men.
Nice feint there by Chad Hanekom.
Oh boy, both men seem to have it for each other. Chad just kept on backing Kone up to the fence, and once he felt like he was close enough to the fence and he had nowhere else to go, and I mean obviously he can't sprawl with the fence behind him. So yeah, I mean, good fight IQ from Chad Hanekom, good timing on the entry for the takedown. Now is to get the takedown.
He's trying to more or less, in romantic terms, sweep on Kone off his feet. Exactly.
What's the groin?
This is the second round between these two fighters in the middleweight division. It is Abdullahi Kone and Chad Hanekom. And I have to say that it has been a tactical affair from both fighters.
I mean, Kone just seems really stubborn, and he's doing his best to stay on his feet. And so far, so good. You know, he seems to be frustrating Hanekom, but Hanekom is so determined and focused, and he's not backing down from trying to get this takedown.
But you have to give credit to Kone. He has actually held his own in preventing the takedown attempt from Chad Hanekom. But you have to say that wouldn't this be wearing down on Kone? Wouldn't he be feeling this in terms of the full body weight of Hanekom? Look at that.
Oh boy, he just muscled him down. Kone was doing the right thing initially. He was fighting the hands, and that's what he keeps on need to do. He needs to keep on fighting these hands and make sure Hanekom can get a good grip. You know, once you have those underhooks in and you have the gable grip in, that's just a bit too much control. And Kone needs to just keep it basic, fight the hands first. Then you can get your hips free and then you can turn towards him.
Now, of course, the Superman in Chad Hanekom has a perfect amateur record. He had 8 fights and he went undefeated throughout his amateur career. So he comes in with what they call the amateur pedigree. Obviously, why he is, by many, bookmakers and odd makers, the favorite coming to this fight, as well as Abdullahi Kone, who is a fighter who we don't know much about in terms of what he can do, but imagine the statement victory he will perhaps have should he get a victory over a fighter like Chad Hanekom.
Oh boy, this is definitely a big test for him.
It is definitely a big test. As
he needs to fight the hands, if not,
we can clearly see that Kone is beginning to feel.
Holy.
Oh!
I think he got carried away and rushed right in.
Well, I feel Chad was a bit. Yeah, I think he kind of lost concentration at that point in time. He slipped. Kone slipped through the grip. Of course, the fact that both men are sweating helps with the lubrication of the skins. However, those were two lovely strikes that landed flush on the face of Hanekom.
I think he should have. I mean, there were decent strikes, but I think he should have gone straight for the clinch and tried to knee Chad in the head.
I was going to go for the knee as well.
Yeah, I think the knee would have been a better shot selection. And Hanekom showing off his flexibility there and some creativity, trying to land the head kick from the clinch there.
Now this is of course going into the final 15 seconds of the second round, as Chad Hanekom in large portions of this round has had Kone in this position, and the knees coming to the side now, to the ribs.
Oh boy, that got a big reaction from Kone.
He did, didn't it? And what a way to end the second round again for Chad Hanekom. I feel he has the second round in the bag.
Yeah, 2 dominant rounds for Hanekom. But Kone is still very much in this fight. Seems to have a cut on his forehead. I think that might have been from an elbow or maybe a toenail, I don't know. Well, after the head kick in the clinch. But that was actually a very good knee to the body.
Now we can see this action here.
Oh boy.
There we go. The lefts and rights, grazing shots, if we are being honest. But you felt like perhaps a flying knee would have been the perfect option. Look at this amazing show of flexibility.
Boy,
the foot to the forehead.
I think that might have been what cut his head, no?
Yeah, I feel so. I feel so. The tail of the second round, and again, pure dominance from the South African Chad, the Superman Hanekom, showcasing why he has the pedigree coming into the African Knockout Championship.
Kone is still very much in this fight, though. Still very much in this fight. I can understand why he didn't throw a knee in that situation. Chad seemed to be grounded. He had one knee on the ground, so
let's go.
I think it was good decision-making from Kone.
Indeed, Chad Hanekom now in the third and final round of this fight. Perhaps for the viewers, either watching at home, online, or better still, in live attendance here, we'll be hoping for something to excite us, to spark this fight to life. It is a third round, and it is Kone fighting from the blue corner in the white trunks, taking on Chad Hanekom fighting from the red corner in the black trunks. Of course, Kone representing the People's Republic of Ivory Coast, as well as Hanekom also representing South Africa. They are known as the Rainbow Nation, given the colors on the flags. All right. Let's see if this can spark into life. Again, signs of what we saw in the first round, where Kone established the center of the cage, and Hanekom was in the peripheral. But here you go, he's going for that takedown, and a lovely reversal.
Oh boy. Oh boy, he needs to stop backing up to the fence. You know, every time he backs himself up to the fence, he has nowhere else to go. And that's just making it a lot easier for Hanekom to get the takedowns. And I mean, they're going to start wearing down. Boy, he's just grinding up on him. He has him up against the fence. He has his head on his chin, good control. He's just trying to close up all the spaces and get his ground and pound going.
You can clearly see Kone looking up to the referee. I don't know why he did that. There are only two people in the ring, opponents and of course the referee. There's no other person there. But he looks to be out of ideas, if I'm being honest with you. He's just in survival mode at this point in time.
Hanging in there.
Yeah, he's just hanging in there
Trying
as Chad.
oh
my goodness. And yeah, the cuts on the forehead of Kone beginning to let off some crimson as he is now bleeding. I think it's a second cut as well.
Oh boy, Chad is sneaking in elbows in there.
It's a second cut on the right eyebrow, just beneath the right eyebrow of Kone.
Boy, he's really starting to leak up now. He seems to have him a bit distracted.
Yes, it is, with the blood
getting in
his eye. Yeah. Now, of course, this is the African Knockout Championship. This is not for the weak, if you will. The blood is really coming out now as Kone is in, like I said earlier on, in pure survival mode.
And the fact that he's right by Chad Hanekom's corner is not helping at all, you know.
But how can Kone escape this? I think the referee is calling for a bit of a timeout because of the fact that the blood is leaking into his eyes, and it's been called over. It is a technical knockout for Chad, Superman Hanekom, and obviously it was the cut in the eye of, just above the right eye of Kone. He was bleeding profusely. Obviously, it was the right decision from the referee.
He was, you know, but he was still very much in the fight. And what a finish from Hanekom.
Do you agree with that, though?
I don't know. I mean, if that was me, if I was Kone, I wouldn't want the ref to end the fight like that. For me, I wouldn't want that to be how the fight was ended. You know, put me out.
But for the safety of the fighter, we're looking out for the safety of the fighter. Chad Hanekom obviously with the victory over Kone, and what a fight that was.
Yeah, another dominant performance from Chad the Superman Hanekom. Puts in the middleweight division unnoticed once again, you know. This is pretty much a big message to the whole division, and I thought it was stacked, boy. This is a very stacked division. We see Kone got some success with the leg kicks there, but anytime both men ended up in a clinch or the grappling exchanges, Hanekom always just seemed to be a step ahead, and definitely his path to victory. Kone found some success with some strikes there. You know, found some success with some strikes, but this was the game changer. And once he was cut open already in the second round, this second cut in the third round, and it just got deeper with every strike. Kone leaking blood everywhere, and I think the ref had seen enough. And shortly, we'll be going right into the cage. Oh, here we go. Here we go with the statistics. And most of the punches thrown by Hanekom, we can see Kone never really got himself, never really found his rhythm, never really got his hands going. Takedowns, more takedowns by Chad, and that was his path to victory. Now we can go to Emmanuel in the cage for the official decision.
Ladies and gentlemen, we have our winner after 2 minutes 37 seconds of the third round. And here is your winner by technical knockout, Chad the Superman
Chad, right this way, Chad. This way. Lagos, please make some noise for the Superman, Chad Hanekom. What an amazing victory. Chad, I have to ask you, this was an interesting one. In the first round, in the second round, both of you seemed to be playing some sort of tactical chess match. But did you feel that you were always going to get the victory today?
Yeah, definitely. It was a good matchup. We came in with a plan. Obviously, he did too. Yeah, I always find an answer or find a way, so I've learned that with my maturity and experience over the years.
All right. Now, Chad, you are in a stacked division here in the African Knockout Championship, the middleweight division. You're stacking up points now. You're climbing up the table. Do you have any prospects in terms of the fights you're looking forward to? Any opponents you feel that you're ready for here in the African Knockout Championship? Do you want to call anybody out?
Not really. I don't even really know the other athletes too well. All respect to them. But I'm just here. I do my job with whatever gets put in front of me. And while I'm here, let's just say, what's up, Lagos? Like I said last time out in November, I'm going to be the Prince of Nigeria one of these days. So hopefully you guys start loving me and supporting me, because maybe one day I'll be your adopted son. Let's go.
Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together again for Chad Hanekom, known as the Superman. Thank you for your time. Congrats once again.
Chad, team photo quick.
Everyone else should wait, because it's your turn now. What if you decided to be fearless? Because the only thing scarier than a no is a yes. Fearless. Embrace the thrill. Than yes throughout their lifetime. You can't move that fast. But what if you said no to all those no's? What if you decided you can go that fast? And that everyone else should wait, because it's your turn now. What if you decided to be fearless? Because the only thing scarier than a no is a yes. Fearless. Embrace.
Welcome to our world where every moment becomes an experience. Discover the hottest trends, must-watch movies, tours, and exclusive access to the best spots in town. Whether you're into concerts, festivals, or nightlife, What a Deal Events has you covered. For event organizers, we make hosting seamless. List your events, manage secure payments, enable QR check-ins, and streamline event management, all in one powerful platform. Join the experience, list, discover, and enjoy with What a Deal Events. What a deal. It's better with us.
Yes, I will. So we do the 3 blocks. Gentlemen, welcome to the African Knockout Championship. We are back, and as it has been an incredible fight night so far. We are done with 6 fights, and we are looking forward to the next round, the next block, if you will, of fights here in the African Knockout Championship. Without wasting time, we still have 3 fights that will lead up to, of course, what we'll call the main event of the evening. We do have a co-main event as well as the big fight that we've all been waiting for. But before I go any further, I'll let you just give you a bit of a preview of what to expect with the next block of the African Knockout Championship. Right now we are back as we do have this incredible showdown. It's going to be in the women's bantamweight division as Osigwe Chidinma Jane will be getting ready to take on Cynthia Chibida, who is a replacement for this one. Of course, looking forward to the light heavyweight fight as you have Venatius, the Nigerian, taking on Xavier Adams Boa, a fight you don't want to miss, and as well as the main event as we have Youssef from Morocco taking on Diatta from Senegal, a man who has the nickname The Killer. And that is something you don't want to miss. Now, at this point in time, we're going to let you, going to hand over to the ring announcer in Emmanuel to announce our next fight, which features Cynthia Chibida taking on Osigwe Chidinma Jane.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome, making her entrance, Cynthia Chibida.
It is Cynthia who was a late replacement for this fight. However, she's here to perhaps make a statement in the African Knockout Championship. She has it all to do. She's all the way from Lomé, Togo. She's called the Queen. And she'll be hoping to say that, yeah, I might have been a late replacement. However, I'm here to make a difference.
This is a rematch for Cynthia Chibida, and the last time she lost. So I don't know how this will be playing with her approach to today's fight.
Well, it will be interesting. Like they usually say, it is either repeat or revenge. I would imagine she will go for revenge.
Who would you say the pressure is on, Jane or Cynthia?
Now I'll go with Jane because I would think to myself that Cynthia was the late replacement. So people will say, wow, Jane, how can you lose to someone that didn't have a full training camp?
True.
Cynthia makes her way into the cage, kisses the floor, and she's ready for action.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome, making her entrance, Osigwe Chidima Jane.
Now, Jane is a crowd favorite. She's very famous for her post-fight celebrations. And it is interesting to see what she has to offer today. Jane is back in the African Knockout Championship. You can hear the crowd going wild for the Nigerian as she is posing for the cameras.
I mean, it's been a while. It's been a while, no Jane. I'm a big fan of Jane Osigwe as well. Not just for her after-fight antics, but I mean, she's just a pleasant person, you know. She always has a smile on her face, always seems very relaxed, very focused, and she does look good this time. I mean, she's definitely put on some muscle. I was sat behind her at the press conference, and I was like, oh boy, this girl's looking a lot bigger, you know, and put on a lot of muscle. She's definitely done a lot of hard work. She was preparing for a fighter, Marie, who is also, you know, known to have a lot of muscle mass, a very strong girl. So it'll be interesting to see how this plays out, you know, because she's fighting the fighter she's already fought before, and she's beaten, and she's exposed her weaknesses, you know. So I'm sure Cynthia would have gone and worked on her weaknesses. So it'll be interesting to see how this plays out.
Well, like you said, it will be indeed interesting to see how it plays out. Jane does seem as if she has put on a bit of muscle mass, which means she has been putting a lot of weight training. But with that comes endurance, the case for endurance. You feel all that muscle will be a hindrance
I mean,
Jane?
the bigger the guns, the bigger the burn, you know. But yeah, I don't think it's gonna be a problem for Jade.
I mean, with the more muscles you have, the more oxygen you require to, you know, make that work.
Of course, but this is more muscle, but not too much muscle.
Okay. Jane looks like a mean, lean fighting machine as she makes her way into the African Knockout Championship cage.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is a 3 rounds of 5 minutes each of action in the AKO Championship Women's Bantamweight Division. Introducing first, fighting out of the blue corner. She's a boxer with a professional MMA record of 1 win in 3 losses. Fighting out of Lome, Togo, Cynthia, the Queen Jibida. Introducing our opponent, fighting out of the red corner. She's a kickboxer with a professional MMA record of 3 wins and 3 losses. Fighting out of Port Harcourt, Nigeria, Jane the Slayer Osigwe. Our referee at the center of the ring is Chinasa Victor.
Protect yourself at all time. When I say stop, you stop. Touch gloves if you wish. Go back to your corners.
With the tail of the tape, it will seem that all the advantages seems to fall on the path of Jane Osigwe. Let's see if she can take advantage of all those advantages that she has as we are getting ready for the women's bantamweight encounter between Cynthia Jibida and Jane Osigwe.
You ready? You ready? Fight!
And here we go. First round, women's bantamweight division. Cynthia Jibida fighting from the blue corner in white trunks, taking on, Jane Osigwe fighting from the red corner in black trunks, and it is a fiery and explosive start to this fight.
Oh boy, Jane, both women looking for a knockout so early in this fight. There was a little sequence there. I think they threw like a 4-hit combo at each other at the same time. Boom, boom. Oh boy. They throw in smoke. Good, strong clinch from Jane.
And clearly, you can see that Cynthia is here for revenge, because as much as Jane looks to be the more popular fighter here in the arena, Cynthia hasn't been overwhelmed by the occasion.
Well, she has her back to the cage. She does have double underhooks, which is a very good thing, but she has her back pinned to the cage, and she needs to be careful. Jane trying to change levels and go for a takedown here, or she's trying to get her own underhooks and take the back. Ooh, very good uppercut.
Lovely right uppercut from Jane, and you can clearly see that Jane is on a mission here tonight, as she is quite frankly manhandling Cynthia right now as of the start of this first round.
She seems to be the stronger fighter in the clinch. I'll definitely give her that, and then she's landed some good knees that are definitely going to put Cynthia on notice. And now she's shooting for a double leg, although she just has one hand free.
Well, it's the queen in Cynthia Jibida from Togo taking on the Slayer in Osigwe Jane. Now, what is more exciting for Jane is the fact that she is a national bronze medalist in kickboxing. So she does have the pedigree. She does have that experience. And quite frankly, it does look like it is coming to the fore here tonight.
I mean, Jane does have very good striking. But I think what sets her apart in this division usually is her physical strength, her physicality. She doesn't get tired, and she always seems stronger, so much stronger than the other girls. Here we go, going for a takedown. But Jibida Cynthia doing a very good job of staying on her feet.
Indeed, I have to say I've been very impressed with Jibida's performance so far, even though she has been in the receiving end of some shots like you mentioned, even though she has been pinned to the cage for the better part of this encounter so far. But you have to say she's hanging in there, because I thought with the early exchange would have had an early knockout.
Oh boy, I was
waiting for someone to go down.
See someone drop.
I know.
Well, here we go again.
Cynthia seems to be...
Oh boy, she needs to weather this storm, because that's what this is.
No, but she seems to have been dazed for a minute. She wasn't too sure where she was. I saw her adjusting her outfit, her gear, well in the fight. You don't do that. This is not a fashion show.
Oh boy. She's been put under so much pressure from Jane Osigwe. I just wonder if she can survive the round. I wonder if Jane can maintain this pace, because she's come out here all guns blazing, and she's not holding back, She's trying to finish this fight in the first round.
If I'm being critically honest, I do feel that Cynthia doesn't really have much in terms of an offensive strategy, because she just seems to be reacting to everything Jane has done so far.
Boy, she's going for a takedown again. Oh boy,
what a takedown from Jane Osigwe, as the crowd gets excited with that one. Boy, what a way.
What a way to start the round. Jane has been out for a while. And it's good to see her back. Such a dominant performance so far, so good for her.
Well, she's a very colorful character, that's one thing for sure. She loves to dance, and she has a very, flamboyant and bouncy personality. But all that niceness is out of the window as she's trying to destroy Cynthia Jibida, who has tasted defeat before in the hands of Jane Osigwe.
Oh boy, this can really play with the fighter's mentality. You've fought a fighter before and you've lost to this fighter, and you find yourself in this type of situation and you'll be thinking, oh boy, not again. And it's a real test of your grit and your mentality. Are you going to give up on yourself, or are you going to say, no way, this is not happening again, and fight? I mean, Jibida Cynthia must have known where she was lacking initially, from the last fight. And she's taken this fight on short notice. We give her a lot of credit for that.
Stop. And the first round is over. It is safe to say it was a dominant performance from a more leaner, more muscle-packed Jane Osigwe compared to Cynthia Jibida, who, quite frankly, was all about survival in that first round.
Oh boy, she needed to weather the storm. I mean, both ladies started guns blazing, flurry of punches, kicks, You know, it was a catch and shoot situation, man. You land one, I want to land one as well. Jane, very strong in the clinch, and she was able to land 2 knees there. Oh, she seemed rocked there for a second, didn't she? Yeah, Jibida Cynthia.
But I have to say this, though. You have to give credit to the chin. Look at that, of Jibida Cynthia. At that point in time, she seemed as if she wasn't too sure where she was. But credit to the chin of Jibida Cynthia and how she weathered the storm, like you said. But this is a lovely takedown from Jane. Boom!
Very emphatic, very assertive, very dominant. It was just, this was a mind game. Just trying to let her know who's in charge and who's boss.
You ready? It is the start of the second round between Jane Osigwe and Cynthia Jibida. And Cynthia is fighting from the blue corner in the white trunks, taking on Jane, who's fighting from the red corner in the black trunks. Very, I would say, soft kick to the left leg of Jane from, of Cynthia from Jane.
That was all Shane or Victor. I mean, yeah, it didn't look like much.
But obviously it's an investment, like we've said.
Oh boy, money in the bank.
Lovely high kick to the right side of Cynthia, but I think she had that scouted and blocked that. It is a more tentative start than the first round. This is a lot more composed from both fighters. Wouldn't you say, Hugo?
Yeah, of course. Both women, I mean, the first round started off all explosive and fiery. Both women seem to be taking, oh, here we go again. Jane finding some success. She's landed a few shots right on the face of Jibida Cynthia, but Jibida seems unfazed, still pressing forward.
I have to give it to her. She's very game for this fight. Even though she has been in the receiving end of most of the exchanges, she doesn't seem fazed by it.
Oh, no. I mean, it's just 1 minute into the second round. So, still a lot to go. A lot can happen here. Things change. Dynamics change. So, let's see what happens. It depends on who lands the cleanest strike in the next few seconds.
No, I have to think to myself that Jibida Cynthia will be trying to establish her range because she almost overextended there and left herself exposed. She's going for the counter. Double jab landing for both fighters. And look at that.
Catch and cross. But Jane just keeps on coming like a tsunami, you know.
To be honest, Jane does seem more poised and more composed of the two fighters, if I'm being honest.
I mean, I think Jibida's game plan now is to counter. You know, she wants to catch and shoot. She's waiting for Jane to throw and maybe leave herself overextended or leave a gap somewhere where she can counter. I see she keeps on going with the right cross every time Jane goes for the leg kicks. And
just look at the look of intensity on the face of Jane Osigwe. Look at her staring a hole into the face of Cynthia Jibida, and we've seen that spinning back face again. Well scouted by Cynthia as she ducked under from danger. That would have been devastating if it landed.
I mean, it was good defensive movement by Jibida Cynthia, but it was also an opportunity for her to take Jane's back, get into a clinch situation. Every time a fighter throws a spinning attack, they leave their back exposed. You know, so if you sidestep correctly, you find yourself in a very good position.
A lovely kick that just didn't quite meet the target, and like you said, Cynthia seemed to just be waiting for the punch from Jane to make her own counters. Trying to have a body shot down to the midsection. That didn't really make much of a difference.
I can understand Cynthia's game plan. I mean, Jane seems to have a big reach advantage, you know, so it does make sense. If Cynthia wants to start these engagements, she'd have to throw some feints more, some more feints, and, you know, just not one strike. She'd have to throw combos, you know, to close the distance and land something. You can't just throw one strike. All day, Jane is going to see that coming from a mile away.
Indeed she will, but I have to give credit to Cynthia, who has been, great shot, great kick to the body by Jane, landing flush in the midsection of Cynthia Jibida. But as I was saying, for Cynthia, you have to give her credit for being in this long. However, I don't know about the strategy of waiting for Jane to strike or make a move before you counter. That's not really good.
I mean, because you might take some damage, you know.
Might take. She has taken most of the damage in this fight so far.
I mean, she seems like she's still very much in the kitchen and still moving around well. Her defense is still on point, you know. And she's just trying to trying to get some shots for her. You know, she needs to land. She needs to land something that's going to earn some respect from Jane. And she needs to avoid this grappling situation because it seems like Jane is a lot stronger in these clinch situations.
But I have to be honest, for the excitement of our live audience here in the arena, it has been amazing seeing both fighters being on the vertical base, going at it with strikes. No attempted takedown so far in the second round.
Oh boy, that's what the crowd loves to see. I mean, if you're not gonna pick somebody over your head like Jane did in the first round and slam them on their back, you might as well just stand and bang. People want to see a knockout. You like the flashy stuff.
Well, we have less than 10 seconds to go in this second round, and you can tentatively say that perhaps Jane might have just edged it. As for Cynthia, she's just hanging on, though.
Oh boy, she's still very much in this fight. I think that was a very good second round for her. Encouraging round.
Encouraging.
Yeah, you know, when you start feeling confident, it changes the dynamics. So, you know, when you believe you can win the fight, that's a very, very, very good step in the right direction. You know, so we can see the corner is also very, very fired up.
Now, looking at the replays, again, it looked as if Jane was more of the aggressor, and that was the strategy that we have all established that you know, Cynthia is going with. She wants to go for the counter punching, and from those stats again, high volume of punches and kicks, all for Jane Osigwe.
Yep, if you don't shoot, you don't score. You know, so yeah, volume, and like we saw in the slow-mos there, Jane doesn't just throw one strike. You know, that was a leg kick to a jab cross. And I guess that's why you get more success. You got to mix it up. You got to throw more volume, you know. But I understand Diatta Cynthia's game plan, and I definitely understand why she would want to be a counter fighter.
We have the third round about to kick off, about to start, as Jane will be going into this one more poised than Cynthia, who knows, may just pull off a trick from the hat. It is the third round between Jane Osigwe and Cynthia Diatta, who is fighting from the blue corner in the white trunks, while Jane is fighting from the red corner in the black trunks. She is a Nigerian in Jane, while Cynthia is Togolese, fighting from Lome, Togo. Lovely kick and nice left jab, establishing contact with the body of Cynthia. Jane again with those kicks downstairs. And we are seeing that Cynthia is trying to establish her range, but those kicks are just putting her off her game.
Boy, both fighters now, I mean, this is the penultimate round.
The ultimate round.
I wouldn't know how the judges are calling it. Oh boy, Jane definitely won that first round. Second round a bit closer. I mean, so you wouldn't want to leave it to the judges if you're any one of these fighters, especially if you were Jane, you know, so time to finish the fight.
A lovely kick and a nice right hook connecting on the chin of Cynthia Diatta. And like I said, she has a very good chin. Give it to her. Her chin has held up quite well.
I'll give her, I mean, compared to the last time these two faced each other, oh boy. She's definitely, this is a better account. I can tell she definitely went home and did some work.
Well, I mean, you have to give her credit on such short notice that she takes up this fight against a very formidable opponent in Jane Osigwe.
Okay, she's setting it up.
Look at that. Lovely.
I don't know if you can hear.
Yeah.
That's Machine Gun Shakes. He's not even in her corner, but he's fully invested in this. And what's funny is Jane is wasting absolutely no time listening. She's just like a video game.
Well, we can see Cynthia right there, almost clipping Jane with a right cross. However, Jane seems to have established dominance in this fight. She doesn't seem fazed by any attempt of Cynthia to be on the offensive.
Oh no, she's definitely staying very defensively responsible, very complacent, and she's always dangerous, you know.
Can clearly see.
Whoa, that body shot.
Those kicks to the body have been finding the target all night long.
I have to give Diatta Cynthia some credit, man. She is tough. That would have dropped me.
Oh, wow, That's saying a lot.
Boy,
that's saying a lot there, Hugo.
Boy, if you ever have any of those roundhouses to deliver, you know exactly what I mean. Oh my, she's doing.
No, but like I said, Cynthia has been pretty impressive, given the fact that she took this fight on short notice. Yeah. As for Jane, my goodness, what a performance we are seeing from the Slayer, as she's known.
2 minutes left in this. Still a long way to go. Ooh, that was close. She was going for the finish there.
We can see that Cynthia is getting in range, but she doesn't seem to have any idea of what to do next. Look at, she's really in range, and she's not doing anything.
No, she's throwing one shot, and that's where she's getting problems.
But so, Jane seems to be having the better of the exchanges, obviously, clearly.
Like, clearly, but Jibida, she needs to throw at least 2 shots. You know, she needs to make Jane look one way and then throw something the other way. You know, throw a jab cross, throw a cross hook, uppercut hook. You know, jab, leg kick.
A good strike selection, exactly. Yeah, mix it up. I agree with you on that. It seems pretty stale and, let's say, lacking ideas.
There you go. Good cross to the body, but that was just the signal. You see what I mean? Jane throws a leg kick, then she throws 2 hooks.
But I don't think Jane was in any trouble in the fight, because based on what I'm seeing so far, she looks like a fighter that is remarkably confident. Lovely right hand landing on Cynthia's face.
She's definitely using her range perfectly. And you know, each round is 5 minutes. It is a lot to stay.
That's a long time. It's a long time. I know.
It is a lot to stay active. So you got to know how to manage your energy, when to strike, when to throw more than 1 or 2 strikes, when to put on power, when just to touch. You know, so very beautiful fight management by Jane. Good performance by both fighters. Cynthia can hold her chin up high, because I mean, she got dominated the last time these two faced each other. So even if she loses, she can look at this as a victory.
Well, even if she loses, she can look at it as a victory. A much more better performance from Cynthia compared to the last, outing. But again, it's no question that Jane has won this one. I mean, it would be one of the biggest shocks of the century if she doesn't win this fight. But obviously, Jane has done a great job and given a good account of herself. She's back with a bang in the African Knockout Championship. I'm thinking to myself, Jane and Sanaa.
Oh boy,
that would be something, wouldn't it?
That would be something. And that would be a fight I definitely would want to watch. A lot of dominant positions from Jane. We saw the takedown there, picked her up right over her head, dumped her straight into side control, just missed there with a spinning back fist. Very good outside leg kick there. Inside leg kick to jab cross. She seemed to mix up the combos really well. She always had Jibida Cynthia guessing. But the whole time, oh wow, what an overhand over there. Jibida stayed in the fight the whole time, tried to be dangerous the whole time. Let's see how the judges call it. Here we can have a look at the statistics. So much more volume from Jane Osigwe. And I think that might just edge it for her. She had everything. She threw punches, she threw kicks, she threw knees in the clinch. She attempted takedown, she got one. And it'll be interesting to see how the judges call this one. Shortly, we'll be heading into the cage to get the official decision from Emmanuel.
Ladies and gentlemen, after 3 rounds, we have our winner. We go to our judges. Our judges' score is 29-28, 29-28, 29-28. And our winner by unanimous decision, Jane, the Slayer of Senegal.
All right, Jane, right this way. Ladies and gentlemen, make some noise for these amazing ladies. Wow, I have never seen such showing of sportsmanship between two fighters. But Jane, first of all, it's good to have you back here in the African Knockout Championship. We have clearly missed you. Jane, Jane, you started this fight with such ferocity. We saw both of you going for it. Was the plan an early knockout for you?
You know, knockout is not being planned. It happens anytime you want it to happen. So my aim was just to play, but seriously, because it's been long. Like, it's been long. The last time I fought was June last year. So I was like, let me take you to the third round, because I missed the octagon. And I miss all my fans, you know.
I'm sure we missed you too. Now, I was gonna ask you, with the change of opponents last minute, did you feel that would throw you off your game plan? Because I know you've faced her before, but she gave a better account of herself tonight facing you.
So here is everything happens for a reason. And I was not feeling anyhow. I was just like, okay, they should bring anybody for me, because I'm ready. I'm always ready, and I'm forever ready.
Final question, Jane. You are in the women's bantamweight division. We saw a fight earlier on that saw Sanaa beating Obanla. I don't know, do we see any other prospects that you perhaps want to challenge in the women's bantamweight division? Any other fighter that you feel you can take on right now?
I think there's a road to the finals, as I heard. So let's say I'm meeting Miss Sanaa. So she can come to Nigeria and take what belongs to Nigeria back home. You know? So I've been here from the start, so I can't let a foreigner come to my country to take what's mine, because I've been training hard for the belt.
All right, Jane, thank you so much. Give it up for the Slayer. Oh, final words.
And I want to thank my director, Uncle Fred Fraud, and Mr. David, and my lovely coach, Coach Paul. And my mom, my dad, and my siblings, with my brothers watching me. I love you all. Thank you for your support. To my teammate, Champions Gym, thank you so much. Thank you so much, Africa Top Team. My Instagram fans, I love you all. And my Facebook fans and family, I love you all for your support. And to all the men and women sponsoring me. And I want to plead to everybody that it's not easy being an athlete out there. It's not easy. So any athletes you know close to you, endeavor or try your possible best to help them in any way you can, because they are going through a lot. Thank you.
Make some noise for Jane Osigwe, the Slayer.
The average person will hear no more times than yes throughout their lifetime. You can't move that fast. But what if you said no to all those no's? What if you decided you can go that fast? And that everyone else should wait because it's your turn now? What if you decided to be fearless? Because the only thing scarier than no is a yes. Fearless. Embrace the thrill.
Welcome to our world where every moment becomes an experience. Discover the hottest trends, must-watch movies, tours, and exclusive access to the best spots in town. Whether you're into concerts, festivals, or nightlife, What a Deal Event has you covered. For event organizers, we make hosting seamless. List your events, manage secure payments, enable QR check-ins, and streamline event management, all in one powerful platform. Join the experience, list, discover, and enjoy with What a Deal Events. What a deal. It's better with us.
Wow, what an event, what a fight, and first of all, what a feeling to be here in the African Knockout Championship 8 second semi-final, the season opener for the year 2025. Victor Godfrey very much in the company of Hugo, and we have been having a fantastic time so far. But Hugo, it is time for the co-main event of the evening. Are you excited? Your microphone, look, you forgot your microphone. Come on.
Boy, that's how excited
I know.
am. You know, hey, these are the light heavyweights. These are the big boys. And if this is anything like their last few fights, they've ended up in finishes. I mean, Xavier Adams-Boa, he knocks people out with a jab. You know, this guy packs so much power in his punches. And we know about Venatius Yenagalu, a.k.a. Buga the Great. You know, he's always about forward pressure, forward, forward, forward. And yesterday in the face-off, both men were looking very confident and just couldn't wait. You know, Xavier Boa said he can't wait to have a workout and get his sweat on. You know?
Remarkable stuff. Now, very, very briefly, Hugo, how can our viewers be a part of this co-main event of the evening on social media? How can they be interactive with this experience?
I mean, just go on YouTube, put in AKO8, comment, subscribe, like, share, please. We would really like your comments. We'd love you to interact with us, and this is how we promote African mixed martial arts. So please help us.
Obviously, you can clearly see that in the bottom half of your screen. Without any further ado, it's time for our co-main event of the evening between Venatius and Xavier Adams-Boa. I'm going to hand you over to our ring announcer in Emmanuel as the fighters are ready to go.
Ladies and gentlemen, now please welcome, making his entrance, Venatius Chudubem Inagalo.
There he is, Venatius. Co-main events of the evening, AKO8, second semi-finals, season opener, 2025 season. He is an epitome of calm. He looks like, listen, I'm not phased and I'm here to collect names.
Oh boy. I mean, his approach to fighting, I just love his temperament, his persona.
Yeah.
You know, anytime you speak to him, he's like, hey man, it's a fight. I'm well prepared, he's well prepared. Let's find out who's more prepared, you know. And he's always down to throw some hands. In his fight with Melvin the Nicotine, he had him in a guillotine, and I remember Petrus Jr. was asking him, why didn't you just try and finish the guillotine? He was like, well, Nicotine still seemed, Melvin Ugochukwu still seemed to have a lot of fight in him, so I just let him up so we could keep on fighting, let's bang. You know, that's his approach. I like the guy, you know, he's a very intimidating character. He's always down to bang, always down for a scrap. And it's going to be very interesting to see how he deals with Xavier Adams-Boa's ridiculous power.
Obviously, the beauty of the African Knockout Championship is that we get to see exciting matchups. There is no ducking anybody here. You're not going to say, no, I won't fight him. I'm afraid to fight him now. If you're here in the African Knockout Championship, your duty is to perform at the highest level and take on the best that Africa has to offer. Obviously, the audience, the fans, looking lovely, looking excited, getting ready for this one. I cannot wait. Hugo, you want to make any bold predictions?
Oh boy, I can't predict. The only prediction I'm going to make is this fight is not going to make it to the distance. You know, like,
I agree with you.
There's definitely going to be a knockout.
I agree with you on that one. I don't think this is going to distance. And like I said, the way he looks so calm, that is, Venatius, he's so relaxed, and it is amazing. This is a light heavyweight division whereby a punch can make all the difference. He's applying an ankle, or I would say a knee brace. Is he applying? Oh, it's to his ankles, I believe. It's going all the way to his knees. Well, I hope this will help him out. Maybe prevent some bruising if he's trying to take his opponent down, I believe. But why would this be the case, Hugo? You have more experience in this field.
I don't know. Maybe he just needs some knee support. Maybe some things going on with his knee, or, maybe he's just, some people have fetishes. I don't know.
Okay.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome, making his entrance, Xavier Adams.
It is a man who has a wonderful record here in the African Knockout Championship. The fastest win in AKO history. Hugo, 19 seconds was all it took for this man to make that record. And he's known as the Ogre.
The Ogre. And I guess that's because of that freakish power he has in his hands,
Look at his build.
Look at this guy.
Look at his build. Look at the size of him. Xavier Boa.
Oh, boy. I mean, this is. I was looking forward to this fight. This is, I mean, I can't breathe, because there's definitely going to be a finish here, but I'm not sure who is going to go to. I'd say whoever lands the first clean punch.
Yeah, but like we've established, this is not going the distance. These two men are out for destruction. As for Xavier Adams Boa, he's a man that loves knockouts. That is one of his identities. He is big, he is strong, he is powerful, and he's raring to go. Look at that.
I'll tell you what, though. His fights end so early, I don't think we've tested his cardio. So, yeah, it would be nice to see if...
Someone take him into deeper waters, right?
If Buga can last around, take him to deep waters. Let's see what his cardio is like, because we know Buga the Great can go the whole 15 minutes. But this is a co-main event, so I guess this is 5 rounds.
It is.
Okay.
Going to be one to look forward to. And like I've said earlier on, just look at the size of him. Now, one thing about looking this impressive is you think to yourself, would he have the cardiovascular ability, the stamina to perhaps stay longer as he's dragged into deeper waters? Because fighters like this that have that equalizer, that finisher, you think to yourself, maybe he goes in there and his goal is, first 2 rounds, I'm going to put you to sleep. But here we go, ladies and gentlemen. It is the Ogre.
Did you see that?
I did.
Oh, my God.
I did.
A little show of some explosivity there, and some athleticism.
Oh boy, here we go, ladies and gentlemen. Co-main events of the evening.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is the co-main event of the evening. This is a 3 rounds of 5 minutes each of action in the AKO Championship Light Heavyweight Division. Introducing first, fighting out of the blue corner is a professional MMA fighter with a record of 3 wins and no loss. Fighting out of Anambra, Nigeria, Venatius, the Buga in Introducing his opponent, fighting out of the red corner, is a kickboxer and a wushu sender, a jiu-jitsu fighter with a professional record of 2 wins and 1 loss. Fighting out of Abidjan, Ivory Coast, Xavier, the Togo. Our referee at the center of the ring is Austin Choda.
Fighters, obey my commands at all times. Keep it clean, protect yourselves at all times, and touch gloves if you want. Touch gloves if you want. Back to your corners.
Okay, here we go, Hugo. This is it. The co-main event of the evening. A quick look and glance of the tail of the tape. 2 fighters who are raring to go. The age, the height advantage goes slightly to Venatius. The weight slightly to Venatius, and of course the reach. But the power seems to be lying in the arms of Xavier Adams Boa. Boy, let's get it on.
Ready. Ready. Fight!
And here we go. It is the co-main event of the evening, as we have action from the light heavyweight division. Fighting from the blue corner in white shorts is the Nigerian from Anambra, Venatius Chidubem Inyagolu, taking on the man from Cote d'Ivoire, Adams Boa. He is a man with a wonderful record here in the African Knockout Championship. He has the fastest win in the history of the African Knockout Championship. And here we go, Hugo. What is going on?
Adams Boa very good on his feet. Venatius kept on landing. It's early in the fight, so yeah.
It's a test of strength, isn't it?
Find their range, yeah. But now they've ended up in this clean situation. Oh wow! What a wonderful takedown. And instantly Boa tries to go for the reversal. Ends up in a guillotine. But,
now you have to be honest with yourself. Where you see these 2 fighters, already they are trying to outsmart each other, with Venatius attempting multiple takedowns. And you can see why this is the co-main event of the evening. So much excitement and unpredictability so early on in this bout.
I think he might have caught Adams Boa off guard with that takedown.
Now it's pretty obvious that Adams Boa is a fighter who has that eraser, as it's called, whereby if you want to go and trade with blows, you might come out.
Boy, you don't want to get.
You don't want to be there. However, you think it's the best strategy for Venatius to get him into this position, to perhaps weigh him down.
Yeah.
Wow.
I think he should. He needs to put Adams Boa's cardio to the test. Adams right now, I think he's in a better position now. He has very deep underhooks. He has Vinny's back up against the fence. Let's see what he does with these positions. He can land some knees, maybe to the legs, and just keep working his way.
Well, this has been a, let's say, contentious, close affair so far. Both fighters being in the clinch for the better part of the fight, as it is.
Oh! Whoa! Beautiful spinning elbow from Venatius Inyagolu there.
Wow.
Adams Boa seems to have taken that like a champ.
Well, he did take it like a champ indeed. And again, the second attempt with the swinging back fist. And a lovely knee this time around from Xavier Adams Boa on the chin of Venatius. And ladies and gentlemen, they are literally right in front of us.
Another takedown.
A successful takedown from the Nigerian in Venatius.
He needs to be careful with where his head is, because he might get guillotine. I know Adams Boa just seems to have one hand in there now, but he's in a full guard. Okay, he's bailed out on the guillotine. He needs to watch out for the elbows now coming from Inyagolu.
Well, we are so close to the action. They are literally just a few feet away from us, and we can see this momentous struggle with 2 African warriors here in the co-main event of the African Knockout Championship.
Very, very impressive stuff from Inyagolu. And already, this is the longest. Oh, wow. I thought he was going for an Plata there for a second, but I think he just tried to use it to bail out from this top position that Inyagolu finds himself in.
I'm pretty sure that Xavier will be thinking to himself that this has to be a tough cookie, a tough nut to crack, because I don't think anybody has put him in this position who has manhandled him and really roughed him up, made him really walk up a sweat, if you will.
Yeah. Well, that's what he said.
That's what he wanted anyway. And here you go. Careful what you wish for, right?
Oh boy.
Careful what you wish for.
Oh man. 1 minute to go in the round. Vinny finds himself in a very dominant position. And I'm not a judge, but if it was me, I'd give him this round if it ends this way.
Well, that it will be the consensus of my co-commentator in Hugo, perhaps edging towards the Nigerian, but you wouldn't argue against the evidence of what we've seen so far. The eye test seems to show that Inyangalo has been the better of the two fighters, clearly even from this stance and this position.
I can see he's trying to wear down on Xavier, and that's just what you need to do.
Yes.
Don't let him up. Make him work to get up.
Sneaking some right hands.
Yeah, fill up his big muscles with some oxygen. Yeah.
Make him work out.
Make him work.
Less than 10 seconds to go in this first round of the co-main event of the evening. It has been an incredible one between Venatius and Xavier Adams-Boa, and the first round is over. Round of applause, an applause of approval from the audience as we've seen this round come to an end. And I have to get your thoughts once again, Hugo. How did you see this panning out?
Oh boy, the big boys. They wasted absolutely no time. I think this is where the whole dynamic of the game must have changed, you know. Boa must have been feeling a lot stronger in the clinch, but then Vinny gets the trip in the clinch there. He lands that spinning elbow as well. I think now he's put Adams-Boa on notice. Boa goes there for the knee. Vinny just gets away with it. Gets the takedown, ends up almost inside control.
Now this must be uncharted territory for Xavier Adams-Boa. I don't think he has ever been in a fight like this.
Well, I wouldn't know, but in this promotion for sure, he has never made it. This is 5 minutes in, man. We always see Boa's fights. I mean, they last less than a minute most times.
Yes, they do. Yes, they do. We are getting ready for the second round African Knockout Championship co-main event of the evening. Division. It is between Venatius in the blue corner in white trunks, taking on Xavier Adams-Boa, the ogre from Côte d'Ivoire, fighting from the red corner in black trunks. And we have to be honest, Xavier Adams-Boa is obviously in the fight of his life here in the African Knockout Championship.
He was breathing heavy at the beginning of the round.
Yes, he was.
And like we said, this is deep waters. This is uncharted territory for Adams-Boa. So let's see what he's made of. You know, when you can't rely on power, that's when we start to see your technique, your game management, your fight IQ. So let's see what Adams-Boa is about.
But with that being said, Hugo, there's a reason why it's called the great eraser or great equalizer, because your power can always bail you out from tough situations as well.
Power can change the game. When you get touched, it just changes everything, you know. It changes everything.
A unique strategy now from Venatius. He's backing away. What? That's okay. Whoa. Well, what? Okay, well, this is interesting. I don't think it would be wise to go toe-to-toe with a fighter like Xavier Adams-Boa, though, if you're Venatius, Hugo.
He's thinking about another spinning attack.
Oh, yeah, you can tell. Almost telegraphed it. Perhaps trying to set a trap for...
boy, both men seem...
Naked?
Yeah.
The team spent. Yeah, that's what happens, man. Obviously, even from Xavier Adams-Boa, he's kind of putting out his gum shield, which is a sign of exhaustion if you are into combat sports. Whoa! That straight right hand just missed. But a sneaky right hand lands as well for Xavier Adams-Boa. That's a headbutt. That was a headbutt from Xavier Adams-Boa, and down goes Venatius.
I think that should be a DQ. I think that should be a DQ.
That was a blatant... That was a blatant headbutt.
Yeah. I think we all saw that. It's mixed martial arts, ladies and gentlemen, but we have rules. That was
a blatant headbutt there
from late way type of move there, but that's only
Oh,
allowed.
no, that was a blatant headbutt.
That's only allowed in lately.
But there was a delayed reaction, however, from Venatius, perhaps making the most of it, which is understandable. However, he might need some time to recover.
It took a little while to register that.
You think?
I think that was...
Oh, I think we have a disqualification. It's a DQ. As what we do is an underwhelming finish to what was promising.
Yeah, such a good fight.
It was a great fight, yes.
I think Boa just got frustrated, you know. And like we said, this is the longest we've seen him in a fight. And I guess he just got the best of it.
Well, this is the first of its kind here in the African Knockout Championship. We're having a disqualification. And while it's a bit shameful, Adam's boys defending his case that is shoulder, but we all know
we saw that.
It was the headbutt.
We saw that.
Yeah.
We saw that. What he should be doing is apologizing instead of trying to... That's just going to dig a deeper hole for himself.
He's even trying to showcase to the referee that it was his shoulder, but it obviously was the headbutt there.
Oh my gosh, that's never a shoulder. That's never a shoulder. That's a disappointing end to such a good fight. Disappointing end to such a good fight. I mean, these things happen in the heat of the moment. He probably doesn't even know that was a headbutt, but we all saw that was an obvious headbutt and just a very disappointing end to such a good fight. I'm sure shortly we'll be going into the octagon, we'll be going into the cage to get the official results from Emmanuel.
Ladies and gentlemen, after 1 minute 48 seconds of the second round, we have our winner by disqualification, intentional headbutts. Venatius, Vugado Grot, Hinagalo.
Venatius, this was certainly not the way you wanted to win this fight, but given the circumstances, like we say in Nigeria, it is what it is. But I ask you this question. When you were in that clinch, did you feel that you had the advantage over Xavier Adams-Boa, a man who is known for his lethal strikes and powerful knockouts?
Coming into this fight, many people underrated me. They said he's Boa, I'm bigger, I'm not supposed to be in the light heavyweight. But at least he grapples, but he did try to do that with me and I took him down. Actually, coming into this fight, I have a lot of challenges. I lost a best friend, my childhood friend, during this camp. I cry every day in the gym. Coming into this fight, a week, 3 days before, I snapped a nerve in my back. I can't bend. I nearly pull out, but I'm not that kind of nigga. I'm actually disappointed they have to end this way, but
Next time, I think you people will have a better fight when people fight by the rules.
Well, again, my deepest condolences to you losing your very good friend and all the challenges that you went through coming into this fight. But I also have to ask you this, because it was remarkable seeing the fact that you took Xavier Adams-Boa, a man who has the fastest win here in the African Knockout Championship, to his limit. But in the replay, there seems to have been a delayed reaction after the initial headbutt to your jaw.
The headbutt was twice. The first one, I took it, and the second one was directly to my ear. Last year, I had a problem with my eardrum, and it snapped me immediately. I don't want to risk it going on to this fight and getting beat up, because that was a very painful thing to me. I think it is better when people play by the rules. You have rules guiding this MMA game, and it's better when people fight clean.
All right, Venatius, again, congratulations. The winner via disqualification, Venatius, all the best.
I want people to come support us at Mania Mataya Fitness and Gym at Port Harcourt. We have a lot of beasts in there. I'm just making a shout out to my coach. He's the reason I'm here. Coming into this game, I didn't know I would walk up to this stage, but he has been my backbone. This is my brother here, a very young lion. And I'm asking the AKO, they need to give him a chance to see what we are made of. By the name Fabian, the beast within us.
All right, thank you so much for your time. All the best.
Everyone else should wait, because it's your turn now. What if you decided to be fearless? Because the only thing scarier than a no is a yes. Fearless. Embrace the thrill. The average person will hear no more times than yes throughout their lifetime. You can't move that fast. But what if you said no to all those no's? What if you decided you can go that fast? And that everyone else should wait, because it's your turn now. What if you decided to be fearless? Because the only thing scarier than no is a yes. Fearless. Embrace the thrill. And that everyone else should wait, because it's your turn now. What if you decided to be fearless? Because the only thing scarier than a no is a yes. Fearless. Embrace the thrill.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the African Knockout Championship. And we've had it all tonight, Hugo. Controversy,
I'm telling you.
Knockout, excitement. Even though the last fight, the co-main event didn't go the way we expected, it was a victory for Venatius via DQ, a headbutt, intentional headbutt from Xavier Adams-Boa, very disappointing. However, that wouldn't dampen our spirits because, Hugo, it is time for the main event of the evening.
I mean, apologies, everybody. I mean, that's not how we wanted the fight to end, the last fight, you know. And Venatius is such a king. I think he handled that well. He spoke well after the fight. And these are the type of athletes we're trying to promote. Main event, on the other hand, oh boy, I can't wait.
All right, we can't wait for that one. Indeed, it is going to feature the Moroccan taking on the Senegalese. Who am I talking about? It is Youssef taking on Diatta. It is going to be exciting, and we cannot wait for that one to kick off. At this point in time, I'm going to lead you over to our ring announcer in Emmanuel as the fighters are ready. This is the main event of the African Knockout Championship 8.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome, making his entrance, Featherweight, Youssef!
It is Youssef, the man with the record here as well in the African Knockout Championship. The only man to have won a fight via the armbar submission, just like his Moroccan compatriots in the female division. This man is a man to look forward to. We've seen him fight here before. We've seen him spill blood. We've seen him spill his guts. And he has shown that he has the tenacity. However, he has a challenge with a different fighter in Diatta. Can you overcome it?
Oh boy, it seems really emotional for him. You know, he's I think he's one of the most skilled, highly skilled fighters in the African Knockout Championship. I mean, his debut was such an introduction to this guy. You know, he came out here and he showed us, hey, I am a submission specialist. And then in his last fight, he showed us, hey, I can go 3 rounds, I can strike, I can bang as well. You know, I can make it bloody. And he's not frightened. He doesn't seem frightened of Diatta. Obviously, both fighters have a lot of respect for each other. It'll be very interesting to see how it pans out, you know, because I would say Diatta's striking is really sharp. But for once the fight gets to the ground, especially when he's on his back, he's just a sneaky, dangerous guy.
Now, if you are a fan of anime, Japanese cartoons, you will understand this phrase when I say it. This man's nickname is Super Saiyan. If you watch Goku, you know what that means. He is ready to go. The main event of the African Knockout Championship. Let's go.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome, making his entrance, Xavier, Diatta.
He goes by the nickname The Killer, or also AK-47. And from those words, you can almost sense the kind of fighter he is. This is in the featherweight division. And Diatta is poised and ready to go from Senegal. He's trying to get the crowd to be excited because they are excited. A fist bump there to the crowd. And another one, this man is ready to go.
Xavier Diatta. He loves Nigeria, and Nigeria loves him, you know. I'm gonna be honest, this is actually my favorite fighter, you know. He just seems sharp everywhere with everything, especially his striking, you know. Very good wrestling. Premium striking. The only test now will be, let's see what he's like on his back if he does get put on his back.
Well, obviously his signature beats kind of had a bit of a tangle right there. However, that is of no consequence because Xavier Diatta is ready again to showcase his skill here in the main event of the evening. He has the V tinted on his head. I don't know if that V stands for victory though. Or maybe it's my name, Victor. Who knows?
I think it's a heart, you know. I think that's...
that's a heart, is it?
For such a dangerous guy.
Oh, it's a heart, you're
nice
right.
Touch.
It's a heart, that's you're right, actually.
Peace and love. I say you come with violence, my guy.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are getting ready for the main event of the evening, the African Knockout Championship between Xavier Diatta, the Senegalese, and the Moroccan in Youssef Fout. And we can't wait for this to start. going through their paces, this is where it all counts, because in the end, these men want to be champions here in the African Knockout Championship.
I mean, that's what this fight is actually all about. Whoever wins this fight gets to go all the way to the final, and you face Mulumba. Ananias Mulumba, who's at the top of the mountain. You beat Mulumba, you have the belt, and you are the champion. So this is a big fight. You know, there's a lot at stake here for both of these individuals. So I'm sure they're going to show us one hell of a performance.
Well, we're looking forward to what promises to be an exciting one. There's a reason why this is the main event of the evening, and you do not want to miss it.
I can't believe we're here already.
Oh, yes.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is the main event of the evening. This is a 3 rounds of action in the AKO Championship Featherweight division. Introducing first, fighting out of the blue corner is a judo fighter with a professional MMA record of 2 wins and no loss. Fighting out of Casablanca, Morocco, failed Super Saiyan Youssef! Introducing his opponent, fighting out of the red corner is a complete fighter with a professional MMA record of 4 wins and 2 losses. Fighting out of Dakar, Senegal, Xavier, the killer, Diatta! Our referee at the center of the ring is Michael Warcha.
Come here. Come here. Okay, gentlemen, the main event. Protect yourself at any time. Listen to my command. When I say stop, you stop. Keep it clean. Shake hand if you like. Good luck.
Okay. A quick look now at the tail of the tape. It is the main event of the evening. And this is where it all stands. This is where it all shows off in terms of potentials. The height advantage is for the Moroccan. The reach is also for the Moroccan. But again, in this fight, Gasmet Diatta has that also equalizer and eraser, whereby one punch can make all the difference. We are ready to go, and let's go.
Oh, I mean, Diatta has a lot of power.
You're ready. Let's go.
Throws punches in bunches.
And here we go, the main event of the evening African Knockout Championship. It is between Youssef from Morocco, fighting from the blue corner in white trunks, taking on Gasmet Diatta, also known as the Kone from Senegal, in black trunks, I should say, from the red corner. And already we are seeing 2 fighters trying to gauge the distance, gauge the reach, and establish dominance in the middle of the cage.
Yeah, I can see Diatta. Diatta is trying to back Fauti off. Fauti, he's doing a good job of taking 2 steps back, but just not going backwards. You know, he's pivoting. And yeah, he's making sure he doesn't have himself trapped by the fence. Yeah, good movement from Faut so far.
But what is also remarkable about this is the fact that with the feints of Youssef, you can actually push an aggressive fighter backwards because he has to be careful. There you go. However, like you mentioned, Diatta is applying the pressure, making Youssef fight on the back foot. Diatta is fighting on the front foot.
He seems very focused too. He's not really biting the feints. Trying to set his things up, and I guess he's trying to start with the jab, you know, so find out his distance, establish distance, range management, and then he's going to let his hands go.
Well, we obviously know that Youssef has a good amateur pedigree, as well as being the fact that he is the combat sambo and judo African champion as well. So this is a man who knows his onions. However, on the other hand, Gasmet Diatta won his last fight by emphatic fashion via TKO. I'm sorry, by KO, I should say. And you have to think to yourself that, could that happen again? Could history repeat itself again? Oh my goodness! What a lovely takedown by Gasmet Diatta.
Because that guillotine was pretty deep, but Diatta just said, you know what? We're going to go for this takedown, and I'm going to lift him above my head and make him regret ever trying to put me in a guillotine.
And you have to say that that was a very impressive show of strength from the Senegalese, as Faut now finds himself in a position whereby I'm not too sure he wants to be in.
To be honest, I think that's a very good move from Diatta. I was speaking to his coach earlier, And they're like, they know Diatta is very good on the ground too. But Faut is a very, very, very sneaky guy. That was actually the word his coach was, sneaky, you know. So
yeah, he's a very intelligent fighter, isn't he?
Very high IQ, and I think Diatta is doing the right thing. He's trying to keep this fight standing. He's trying to make sure he doesn't get taken down or mounted. And yeah, so far so good for Diatta.
Fout's now trying to establish range with some jabs. However, Diatta keeps piling on the pressure, fighting off the front foot. And to be honest, I feel Youssef hasn't really established his rhythm yet in this fight.
Yeah. I mean, both fighters, I think the punch, the strike they've thrown the most is a jab, you know. So I can see, oh boy, that was also a very well-timed
knee.
Yeah, but, oh boy, Diatta just keeps on coming up with the right answers to these questions.
Diatta seems unfazed with that knee, and again, Youssef is thinking to himself.
He needs to watch out for them up kicks.
Those right hands are sticking to Youssef. However, I think Diatta dropped his gum shield.
He lost the mouth guard there. I guess that was from the up kick. But he wasn't even phased, man. He was so laser focused on trying to finish this. 1 minute left to go.
So that was again, like you said, Youssef is a very sneaky fighter, and we clearly saw his trickery right there. That guile, that pretense, like lulling you into a false sense of confidence. Exactly.
And he just attempted. It looked like a very football-esque type of
some bicycle kick. Exactly. Look at that.
Now these are the type of situations Faut has been looking for.
I think it is. Yes, this would be the best bet to perhaps weather down the storm and kill the momentum that Diatta has built, because that first takedown and the few strikes that landed kind of gave him that, confidence with the roar of the crowd. You think to yourself, perhaps I can do more. But that was, again, the strikes being established by Youssef. But Diatta seems unfazed.
He does. I mean, Youssef just went in the clinch as they broke out the clinch. He threw 2 elbows there, but he just missed with both. But we can see his intentions.
Now, ladies and gentlemen, this is the main event of the evening. Less than 10 seconds to go. And we have to say we've had a very action-packed first round between these two fighters in the featherweight division. A chance for them to go head-to-head with one of the best in the division in Ananias Lumumba. But for now, it is over. First round in the bag. Main event of the night. Hugo, let me get your thoughts.
Very strong round from Diatta. I mean, entertaining round from both men. But I'd say Diatta he's on the front foot, and he seems to be getting the better of the exchanges. He got the takedown here very emphatically. Youssef going for the guillotine. Ooh. Diatta able to reverse that.
That was a lovely takedown. That was almost like a suplex, if you will. Look at that. It felt like a suplex.
And he was nice enough not to dunk him on his head. Just slammed him right on his back.
Yeah.
And if you've ever been slammed like that, it can wind you. That takes a little bit of your gas.
This is the stats from the first round. And even though Youssef has the punch selection, Diatta seems to have more dominance with the striking.
Yep, and more success with the
takedowns as well. Yeah, I was going to add that.
Faut has obviously attempted 2 takedowns, hasn't been able to get any. Diatta, on the other hand, 2 out of 2.
2 out of 2. We are ready now for the second round, the main event of the evening. It is between Youssef Faut in the blue corner and white trunks taking on Xavier Diatta from Senegal in the red corner in black trunks. And from the exchanges of the first round, one can say that perhaps it tilted ever so slightly in favor of the Senegalese. However, what should Faut do differently in the second round, Hugo?
Oh boy, he needs to establish himself with the striking. He needs to stop moving backwards, because Diatta just maintaining this forward pressure, and he keeps. That's shooking.
That right hand from Diatta has rocked Youssef, and Youssef is in trouble.
Oh boy, that was lightning fast from Diatta. That was a 1-2. It was so fast.
Youssef is in survival mode right now, and he needs to recover. He is in trouble.
Diatta can smell blood here, and he's like a shark when there's blood in the water,
Can he finish, though? And I feel Youssef is rocked. Do you think he should take some time to recover? Because I feel like Diatta wants to finish him off. Yeah. He has a very good history of finishing up fighters, and that was another lovely right hand that landed flush on the cheek of Youssef.
Diatta has history of sensing when a fighter is in danger and just capitalizing and making sure he gets the finish. But I think Youssef has recovered now, but he's definitely been put on notice here. Definitely. But I'll tell you what about Youssef, you know, we saw in his last fight, this kid is as hard as a nail as well, you know, and you have to put him out or he's not going to go anywhere.
Obviously, Youssef being rocked by that thunderbolt of a right hand, that wonderful combination there from Diatta. However, can Diatta prevent Youssef from getting back into this and putting it in the position whereby he can have the dominance?
Well, Diatta is strong, isn't he?
He is.
And I think he's starting to get into Youssef's head, because every time you go for these takedowns and you don't get them,
it kind of weakens your resolve, doesn't it?
It does. Gets in your head, and obviously it's physically exhausting as well. I see him trying to set up that left kick to the head. You know, he throws across to Diatta's face and then at the same time.
But honestly, even though you say Youssef has recovered, I still feel he's on shaky legs. He looks like he's trying to look at that.
Hey,
he just looks like
You cannot do like this, okay?
Okay, the referee stops that for a second.
I don't think there anything.
Let's go, fine.
It was a fist. I understand what the ref is saying, but Diatta had his fist in Fowl's face.
I can assure you, the audience will not in approval of that one. I don't think we will take another DQ.
We have a lot of stakeholders now. Everybody is fully vested in this, man. This is such a good fight, and this is what we came here for.
It is the main event for a reason, Hugo, and we can clearly see the amazing tenacity and, let's say, pressure and determination from Gasmet Diatta. I have to be honest with you, he is coming into this one with so much grit and purpose. And you have to be honest, I have to be impressed with his cardiovascular ability, because he has shown to be in great shape.
Diatta,
I think he has a bloody nose.
Bleeding?
Yeah, I just noticed that he has a bit of a bloody nose.
I guess something must have sneaked through. Like you did say, Fowles is a very sneaky guy.
He's a smooth operator, isn't he? Diatta seems to be bleeding through the nose. However, he seems unfazed as he's stalking down Youssef as like a predator stalking down the prey.
Trying to set up a spinning back fist.
You feel?
Yeah, I feel he's going with the jab hook, but from his foot positioning, I think he's trying to bait Diatta into coming forward, and then he's going to
Oh my goodness! Oh my God!
Close.
What a lovely right hand there from Diatta, and I told you that Youssef hadn't fully recovered, and he's been ragdolled and manhandled here by Diatta.
So fast.
Youssef is in survival mode. Oh my goodness, the punches are landing in now.
He's out.
And it's all over. What a win from Gasmet Diatta. Back knockout in the African Knockout Championship. What a fight.
Wow.
He never recovered from that punch in the second round.
I guess he didn't.
He never recovered. This is back-to-back knockouts from Gasmet Diatta, and what a way to finish the African Knockout Championship. My goodness.
You know, he's a grafter, you know, he's never really in a hurry, you know, but he just peppers you, you know, and he knew he was touching the chin. He was touching the chin of Fowles. And I guess you're right, Victor, he was rocked from the previous round,
and he never really recovered.
You know, he just kept on slowing down with the head movement, and he just took a few more punches. And those were clean strikes.
The crowd clearly loving the action here in the African Knockout Championship. That knockout got the seal of approval from our audience here in Lagos, Nigeria. And what a way to end tonight's event.
I think the big leveler in this fight actually wasn't power, it was speed.
It was speed, I agree with you. Those quick combinations rocked.
So quick.
Youssef, and you can clearly see he is a bit distraught. I can imagine the disappointment. And but again, like you say, you live to fight another day.
I mean, he had been on such he was trailblazing, you know, he hit the ground running right from his first fight, and he was heading all the way to the top. But Diatta just had to remind him, hey, I was here first. And I also have the ambition to end up being the champion of this weight class. I think that's how Diatta got the bloody nose. Inadvertently took a knee to the head right there, although he finished with the takedown. Very good job from both men. He just seemed a bit stronger in the grappling exchanges, and this was the beginning of the end right there. The right cross, clean on the chin of Youssef. And Diatta could just smell blood. The whole time he just kept on looking for the finish. The right hand, beginning of all the problems. And I guess it was what he used to finish as well. The right hand just caused so many problems for Fowler. Very good performance from Diatta. And just like that, ladies and gentlemen, the main event. Shortly, here we go. The stats. And we can tell the more active fighter was Diatta. He was always on the front foot, throwing combinations, punches in bunches, and he always had fouls on his back foot. Another thing we can see here is the takedown attempts. You can see 3 takedown attempts from fouls, and he couldn't manage to get one. And I'm sure that would have played in his mind. You know, very, very discouraging and very frustrating for him. Shortly, we'll be going straight into the cage to get the official results from Emmanuel.
Ladies and gentlemen, after 4 minutes, 2 seconds of the second round, we have our winner by way of knockout, Gospel, the Killer Diatta!
Amazing showing of sportsmanship. Diatta, please can you come over this way? Wow, what a finish to the African Knockout Championship. What a knockout. Diatta, I know you are really pumped, but you now have back-to-back KO victories here in the African Knockout Championship. How excited are you? Because now you are in the final to take on Ananias Mulumba, another tricky customer in the featherweight division.
Monsieur Diatta, toutes mes félicitations. Voilà, c'est ça. Voilà, toutes mes félicitations pour ce grand succès. Et on vous a vu batailler au cours du premier tour, du second tour, mais on savait également vraiment quand vous allez sortir vainqueur. Toutes mes félicitations, Monsieur Diatta.
Avant tout, s'il vous plaît, permettez-moi de remercier d'abord ceux qui sont là. Thank you, Nigeria people. Thank you, my second country. I love you. I love you so much. We want the best people in Africa. Listen to me. Nigeria people is the best in Africa. I love you so much. Yes, Hey, thank you, Ekawa, for this opportunity. Thank you, Mr. Ryan. Mr. Ryan, thank you so much. Thank you for the best fighter of the world for me. Cameroon, Usman, the Nigerian man. Merci aussi à mes coachs, Ari Jalal qui est là. Merci à mon grand coach, ami et frère Omar Ndiaye Gaucher. Merci spécialement à mon coach, Sami Fawaz. Merci à Maman Aoudi. Merci aussi au président de la boxe, Mamadou. Merci président de la boxe française, Moussa Sen. Merci. Mahmoud Sen, tous mes remerciements à toute la population sénégalaise et merci pour tout le monde.
Thank you everyone. Thank you to my coaches. Thank all Nigerians, my love, my fans, my beloved ones, my family. Thanks to you all.
Oh, that's really amazing. Now, obviously, the final question I have for you, because I can see you're clearly pumped, and as you should be. your next challenge, do you feel you are ready for it? Because, like I said, racking up victories, especially by knockouts, and beating a fighter in Youssef, who is very tricky, that must really put your confidence really high. Do you feel you're ready for the next big step here in the African Knockout Championship?
Voilà, ici, ma question c'est de savoir, voilà, vous avez le prochain challenge, et qui sont les personnes que vous avez en tête, qui sont les personnes que vous avez en compte, et sachant très bien que Youssef était vraiment un bon adversaire avec qui vous avez bien combattu autour, et qui sont les personnes que vous avez en tête pour le next challenge?
Voilà, it is time! The next is Anyanyas Muluba, good fighter. I have full respect for him. He is a very good fighter, very good person. But Gasmir Diatta, Kaila's the killer at K47. Nobody can stop me. I'm from West Africa. Senegal Adek Etameka Soaikudosui, Zagbao Summer City. I'm the best in the fucking shit game. I come for kill everybody. Anyanyas Muluba. I'm here, my bro. Let's go!
Ladies and gentlemen, congratulations once again.
Merci spécialement à la population sénégalaise. Je dis cette victoire à tout le Sénégal, au président Bassirou Diomaye Faye, son premier ministre Ousmane Sonko, à toute la population sénégalaise. Parce qu'aujourd'hui, on est un jour d'indépendance, c'est le 4 avril, c'est l'indépendance du Sénégal. Impossible de perdre. On était là pour gagner pour le Sénégal et pour le public sénégalais. Merci à tout le monde. Nadia people, I did! Thank you. See you next.
All right, well said there, Gasmir Diatta. Thank you so much. And a big congratulations to the killer as he has won the main event of the African Knockout Championship. Okay, what an amazing evening we've had here so far. I'd love to say a very big thank you to every single one of you who've made it a possibility to be a part of our season opener for the African Knockout Championship. We are very grateful, and we're saying a very big thank you to every single one of you. It has been a wonderful evening. We have to, of course, say gratitude to our sponsors who have been remarkable. A special thanks to our sponsors in terms of Fearless Energy Drink, Ace Global Depository, and, of course, the Bank of Industry, as well as our partners in Sports Assist, our medical partners, as well as our exclusive ticketing partners for season 2025 in What a Deal. Now, remember, be a part of this conversation on social media, Instagram, Facebook, X, YouTube. We are all at the AKO Show. Hugo, any last words for our viewers?
Well, just want to say thank you, good night. Hope you had as much fun as I did, and see you next time.
Oh, before I go, I have to bring in a wonderful ring announcer. Come in real quick, Emmanuel, as well. Emmanuel, your voice is amazing. I can't do your job, don't worry. Now, let's get your last words and your last thoughts to our lovely viewers, both here in the audience and, of course, watching back at home.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, let the knockout continue! Continue the knockout. Follow us on our social media page. See you next time.
Thank you very much. Good night, everyone.